All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to September 26th market update. This morning, nothing major news out there, but there is still a lot of small little news that's coming out, twinkling down the road. But we got the major number coming up at 8:30, which is a PCE number, and we also got the Canadian GDP numbers. So we don't talk about Canadian a lot, but that we should a little more. But we do have GDP number. Economy did here in the last quarter. So that's coming up at 8:30. So the market mover number is going to be the PCE number, which is expected to come in zero point 0.2. So we will talk about the PCE number in a minute as we get closer to 8:30. But let's talk about the market. What is the market doing this morning, and what news is it running on? Again, a lot of talk about the geopolitical issues. One of them is Estonia. Last week or past few days, the Russians have violated their airspace, and the Europe has come out. The Germans, the French, and the UK have come up and said that they're going to shoot any planes down if they enter their airspace again. And they give that talk was between the Russians and the Europeans last week. So, and also this also big gathering of the American leadership in the Army, the U.S. Navy. They're all getting together in somewhere in the U.S. There, Peter Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, is gathering them. What's going on? What's the news is? Nobody knows. Who knows what they're doing? And again, their name there. This could. I'm getting more and more sort of getting a little bit uneasy what's going on in the world right now, and could this lead to some serious conflict? And obviously, this affects the stock market, right? If something does break out, and then they do shoot on the Russian air planes, or something does happen, it's going to cause a chaos. And obviously, the market is the first one that's going to react. And that's why we need to talk about it. Otherwise, the market's going to go steady on their own pretty much. So yesterday we had Costco earnings, and what else is affecting the market, especially the PCE number coming out. And let's take a look at ES futures this morning, and what's going on with it. We broke the trend line yesterday to the downside. We got 3 days of straight down on the markets since basically. This week started Monday morning and started on Friday last week, and it continues to go to the downside. Again, this morning it's holding it's on its own a little bit to the upside, but we're gonna get a determination because market's been going sideways. We're gonna get a determination why the market, what's gonna happen with the market at 8:30. So far, the market is up. ES futures are up 9 points. Nasdaq is up about 15 points. And direction will be set more towards that the 8:30 area. But the biggest thing is the 10-year. What is the 10-year doing? The 10-year is sitting right now from yesterday's close at 4.17. It's going to start being on your screen on TradingView at 8:30. In about another minute, you'll see the actual what it's trading at. Right now, currently at 4.17, and that rise in the 10-year is taking the market to the downside. If the 10-year goes above 4.20 and keeps going to the upside, we're going to see a further slide to the market to the downside. Also, market's kind of uneasy, and you can take a look at the VIX. VIX is rising as it's going up. This could fuel further to the upside if something happens in the world, and that is going to cause a lot of volatility in the market very quickly. And it's also taking the dollar, so making a little bit of dollar stronger to the upside as well. And what does dollar going up means? That means making the exports expensive from the US, and imports a lot cheaper to buy in the US. So it's getting the dollar a little bit stronger. It's affecting all the major currencies as well. And if you look at the Japanese yen, you're looking at the euro, all of them are getting affected onto the downside while the dollar is rising. But the long-term view still for me is the US dollar to the downside. The yield is opening up at 4.16 at 830. It's down a 0.01. But again, if the PCE number comes in strong at 830, here the moment I bring the chart and the Forex Factory here. Okay, it's a PCE number. First of all, what is a PCE number? We might as well talk about it, right? You guys should all know what PCE number is by now, right? You should know what PPI is, and you should obviously know what CPI is. So PCE number is the one that includes all the free benefits you get from the government and everybody else. That CPI does not include that. So it includes everything. And that's why Jerome Powell likes to look at this number. He likes to look at the PCE number more than he likes to look at the actually the CPI number, because the PCE number includes everything. So they're forecasting this number to go down and 0.2. For the last time it came at 0.3. Remember, and if you look at the trend, the number has been going up and down like a yo-yo. It's been on the rise for the last little while. Why? Because of the tariffs. And I do think this number is going to be higher than the 0.2. Why? Because we saw the GDP numbers yesterday. GDP were very strong to the upside, which is the only way the GDP numbers would rise if we had very strong numbers, like when tariffs rise, all the other prices rise. If the prices went up, the GDP went up. So why isn't this number here? Why they're forecasting 0.2? If this number is not 0.2 or higher, then I would have a very tough time trusting what this number is. I do not expect this number to come below 0.2. I do, in fact, want to see, not want to see, but I like to see the true number. And the true number, I think, is going to be 0.3, 0.4. That's where it should be, higher than the 0.2. I think the 0.2 is, I don't know, they're playing with these numbers or what. But if you look at all the other numbers that have come out, that should point to this number coming out higher. And if this number comes at higher, what's happened to the stock market? Anybody want to guess? If this number comes in higher, it's an inflationary number. We're not going to get a drop in interest rates. So what happens to the stock market? Stock market should go down, right? Should go down, then it should go up. Why it should go up after? Because a higher PCE number is good for the economy, but it's not good for interest rates. So short-term view is people have a view, hey, interest rates are not coming down, the stock market is going down. But the long-term view, the stock market will go up. Very simple. Anybody have a question on that? Okay, that's how you make a decision in the stock market, what direction it's gonna go. So we will see that in about another 6 minutes. So before we get, I'm just gonna put this on a side and put it in the screen in front of me just to make sure that I'm looking at it. So let's take a look at what else. Take a look at the Nasdaq here. What is the Nasdaq doing? Nasdaq is doing pretty much the same as what the ES doing. I am gonna put a 639 below. If the market stays below 639, this red line here, be short on it. If the market goes above here, we could be long on it. But again, a lot has to depend on that PCE number comes out at another 6 minutes. So we'll be looking at that. So we'll look at this market further. We'll quickly take a look at other stuff. Look at the put call ratio from yesterday. If you look at the SPY and the triple Qs, both are saying we are going, even the IWM, they're all saying we are going towards more to the call side, the put side. So they're expecting this market to go to the downside, right? So if you're buying puts, we expect the market to go to the downside. So that's what this thing is telling us right now. So we'll see in another few minutes what direction the market going. Somebody, Suk, who pointed out Bitcoin this morning, it's going to the downside. Remember, I gave you guys this red line and this trend line. If the price breaks below this, it's going down. So if anybody who's betting on Bitcoin, if you took it to the short side, you should be making good money on it. Okay. Another thing, not only can short Bitcoin, you can also short MSTR and other related stocks that are, Bitcoin stocks. So they're all probably dropped after we got a break in the trend line. All right, that's a way to make money. And like if you look at the Bitcoin going down, take a look at MSTR. What is MSTR doing? Let's take a look at what MSTR is doing. Did it go down with the thing? Yeah, look at that. See that's how you make money. So don't look at just one asset. Look at all the related assets. Okay, related assets. So that's the look what MSTR has done. So and you can probably see all the other stocks that are Bitcoin related, and they're all heading to the downside. This is how you make money in the stock market. Don't let somebody tell you. Figure out the market yourself, right? How this market works. So we got 4 minutes to go on the. I don't want to miss those PCE numbers. In another 2 minutes, we'll go there. So what else is happening? We saw the put call ratio. We saw the Bitcoin here. Let's take a look at the Costco earnings yesterday. I quickly want to take a look. What did I say? Go review. If anybody didn't understand what I said yesterday on the market update, and that's exactly what happened yesterday, today when the earnings came out. I did say they're going to beat the earnings, but they're not going to beat the earnings very strong to the upside. And if they don't, where does the stock go? Nowhere. And that's where the stock, it's down $10 this morning, but the stock did not move after 4. Like if you look at 4 o'clock yesterday, market did not move much. The stock did not move much. So what's the future? What should you buy? Should you buy Costco? I definitely think you should buy Costco on the down. Let's get a little more dip on it. I think Costco is on the buying list. Why? Because they beat the numbers, but the problem is they didn't beat it good enough, and that's why the stock didn't move. So they still made tons of money, and they're still gonna make tons of money in the future. We have a Christmas coming up, when people seem to consume more, right? So I'm looking a good dip in the Costco stock. Right now it's pointing to open at $933, but take a look at when it gets to this level here, 925. Okay, then see if it will hold on. If it holds on to this level and starts going reversing to the upside, that's when I would be a buyer of Costco. But if it does break to the downside, then wait. Okay, that would be my view. I know a lot of people who own Costco, who sold Costco, but again, it did exactly what I just said yesterday morning. So again, it's a good opportunity. I think a dip on this stock especially. We got about 2 minutes to go. We got about a minute and 55 seconds to go on the data, on the PCE data. Again, slated to come out at 0.2. I'm just gonna turn on my other news here. You guys can probably hear in a voice here. So just actually, these guys give you a faster, now thing. I'm gonna put it on. Make sure it's on. These guys, they speak out the news. We can tend to hear. They tend to give the news faster than Forex Factory. So let's see if we get it's about a minute 18 seconds to go. Again, the data is slated to come at 0.2, and if it comes stronger, we're gonna see the dip in the market. If it comes lower, we're gonna see the rise in the market. I do not expect this data to come lower than 0.2, and if it does, there is gonna be something wrong with this thing.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with US PCE price index year over year.
So then let me shut the. I got too much stuff running here. I'm gonna shut off the tick. That little tick tick you hear, you see the market going up and on. This is another interesting tool I'll share with you guys. If you like the tick rule works really well to when the market starts moving. It alerts you very quickly what's going on in the market. If some news comes out, the tick starts moving very fast. It actually starts making noise very quickly. I'll share that tool a little bit later on. And I got also a bunch of portfolios I want to show you guys. I got a setup.
10 seconds.
And I will share with you. 8 seconds, 7. Okay, I'm gonna break this down. No, I'm looking at the wrong chart here. Let's go to ES and let's go to the 1 minute.
2.7%, 2.7% as expected. Month over month at 0.3%, 0.3% as expected.
So
Core PCE year over year at 2.9%, 2.9% as expected, and month over month at 0.2%, 0.2% as expected as well. Canadian GDP month over month at 0.2%, 0.2% higher than forecast at 0.1%.
So it came at 0.2, the same as a forecast. That's why this market is going to the upside. It came as the same as a 0.2, which is lower than the 0.3 last line. So they should cut interest rates, and that's what's pumping the market on the short term to the upside. And the market has broken out.
Personal income month over month
66.76.
That is on estimate of spot 3, and personal consumption at spot 3% on estimate of spot 2. Looking to the markets, to see a whipsaw in the dollar there, but some strength come through in the S&P 500 futures. There's some weakness coming through in government bond yields though. A 2-year yield down around spot 5% at 2.643% following the release.
Okay, so 0.2 is the same what the forecast is. I was expecting this number to come in higher than a 0.2, 0.3, but again, if the 0.2 is sort of can be a believable number, right? If it came in under 0.2, that would have been really scary for me. And that would have been, right now, that number is pushing the market very strong to the upside on the 0.2, because we could get another quarter point cut in. This is almost guaranteeing like 95% that we are going to get a quarter point cut. And that's what the Fed's rate are telling us, that we could almost get it's going up to like 96% now. We could get the rate cut. So there it is, your market mover this morning, and market is pushing very nicely to the upside based on these numbers. Again, very careful, still overpricing this market. Okay, so still very overpricing this market. Let me take a look at some of the stocks that are getting affected, especially the 10-year. 10-year is headed to the downside, 4.16. I'm surprised it's not heading even lower. Okay, this is what worries me, still sitting at 4.16. And if it starts going out to the upside, then we can obviously see the market come back to the downside. So be very alert. Dollar index is still getting a little bit of weak on that 10-year. Again, very strong move to the upside, and the Bitcoin will move to the upside as well. Why? Because it's expecting interest rate cuts now, like 95%. This is gonna get a cut, so free money coming into the Bitcoin. Okay, so again, but overall, long term, it's not a good view for the economy. Okay, it's not good view for the economy. Eventually, the market will settle down a little bit here, back to the downside. But it has a nice run this morning. It will settle back down a little bit. So be careful chasing it here. I will not be chasing it. Okay. So that is a market there, guys. What else is happening? Take a look at quick stocks. Is there any like quick news here? The only news really to be is out. The market is coming right back down right now. Bitcoin is coming down. So is ES futures. So again, I really expect the nice jump on the number, but still I expect this market to come down. Again, why? PCE numbers lower is not good for the economy, and it's not going to push the GDP higher. If those numbers are higher, like CPI, PCE number, that's good for the GDP. But again, long-term view. But it's pushing the market higher. The prices of the stock market is really going high. So be very careful, guys, here. All right, let's take a look at what I want to talk about this morning. Again, there's some numbers right there. And we didn't even talk about the Canadian GDP. Actually, the Canadian GDP is up as well, 0.2%, beating the 0.1%. And what's that good for? That's good for the Canadian banks. It's going to be good for the Canadian stocks this morning, realizing that the Canadian economy has maybe got better. And if that got better, it should push the Canadian stocks to the upside. So it's good for all those Canadian banks and some of the other stocks as well. Okay, let's take a look at This is what I want to show you guys yesterday. I've put some portfolios together. You guys know my portfolio here. This is I own both Canadian and the US. I own 25 stocks of both US and Canadian combined. But what I did yesterday, I separated my Canadian and I separated my American holdings. So what to show you guys what are the daily gains or losses, okay? So basically to show you what I own and what profit am I making, where I bought them. So you guys can have if you want to follow or copy my portfolio. Is up to you guys. I can't tell you to buy what to buy or sell. Remember that. So you're looking at this one is a U.S. Then I separated the Canadian side of it. So I've started working on this one here. I will on Monday morning you will see basically everything. There's the only thing you don't have seen here is the swing trades. There's another portfolio that I own just for swing trades, and I will share that with you Monday morning what I own in there and what price I bought them. And this is my long-term portfolio on the US side, what I own and what prices I bought them. So and I will share this like pretty much every day with you guys to do show you exactly what I own, what I sold, sort of give you a description because I know a lot of people like to follow, and this is follow exactly what my holdings are. So, and that's what I'll be sharing. So again, it will be in here. This is my US side, and then I got also my Canadian sides. This one is my Canadian side, what I own. Again, not all of it is here yet. I have a few more to add, and then you'll see my swing trades on the Canadian side as well. Because I sometimes I take the same stocks for swing trading. Okay, and I did not add the prices what I bought them here. On the Canadian side yet. So I'm not gonna do that. What I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna take whatever the current price is. Okay, to give you a valuation on this stock, I'm gonna give you the current price. So this is what basically I own this. What you see in front of you here, that's my portfolio, and you can see most of them are dividend paying stocks. Most of them. Okay, kind of very safe bets. For me, because as younger you are, your portfolio should be more growth stocks, right? We'll talk about that more, and we will also put a portfolio for that up too, like a growth portfolio. The people that are young, like 25, 20, 30 years old, and then I'm gonna put a portfolio up for you guys, so you should be looking at what you should be buying and selling. So I'm gonna put that up. We'll share that every day. This is I'm keeping it in a seeking portfolio. So this is the best method that I could come up with that I can share on daily basis with everybody how this works. Okay, we also got the MAG stock, 7 stocks. I also got IBD 50 stocks in here. I'm also gonna be updating them as well. From IBD 50, I'm gonna update them every Monday morning to what their holdings are. This is the current holding this week of IB50. This is what they all own. Okay, and I will be comparing, see if anything new comes in here, we will share it immediately with you. Markets are gone up like a yo-yo right now. Actually, the algo made another positive trade to the upside. So this PCE lower number is really pushing this market to the upside. So again, getting back at this portfolio, I will be sharing the IB50 if anything new comes up. I also have another portfolio called Top Quant Stocks, and these stocks are rated by the Seeking Alpha, their top stocks. So what I done with them yesterday, I bought 100 shares on every company yesterday, and I didn't put my own money in it. I'm just saying this is just for your information that I bought every single share at yesterday's price. So what you see here is on September 25th. This is what the closing price was on all these stocks. So I bought them at 100 shares each, and the total cost for this portfolio was $128,000. Okay, and yesterday it dropped 1.20%. And if you look at these stocks, some of these stocks are top stocks in here, like MU. MU has run up a lot. So when they first come into this portfolio here, MU came into this portfolio when it was right around $130. Okay, well, and since then it rose up quite a bit. So if you look at the MU price, like I said, it came into this portfolio around $130, right about here. And since then it had a nice run up. And that I'm looking forward to any new stocks that we get added in here. I will share them with you every Monday morning. And it's up to you if you want to follow it, if you want to buy it. But this portfolio is somewhere around over 200% in a year. It's up 200%. Every time they add something in here or gone up, the average return has been 200% of this entire portfolio. Okay, so I like this rating on these stocks much better than I like the IB50. IB50 tends to get stocks when they're at the higher level. They tend to buy them at the top. Okay, I don't like that. But if we can get something in the IB50 and compare them to the top quant stock, and if they're the same call, I would be interested in that, right? But IB50 tend to be, and IB50 will move towards with the market. The top quant stocks will not move along with the market, but it will have the good stocks. So I tend to follow this more. And what I like about this one also, I can also take a look at their health. This is the entire portfolio. This portfolio is rated at 4.77. That means all the stocks here, 39 of them are very strong buys. Kind of tells me the health of the stock. And also I can go in the summary here. I can take a look at here, the ratings. And I like the growth stock, momentum. These got to be the top stocks like this here, the ratings in them, and they're ready to move. Okay, holding, then eventually which stocks pay the dividend as well. You can also take a look at their ratings. Okay, so the average return here, you can see it, each one of them over 3 years, what their return's been like. So this is I think this is really good, a good idea. The average yield on the entire portfolio is 4.13% forward looking. Okay. So really kind of tells what this will look like. Over the 3 years goes, we had 11.35% in average on the dividends as well. So really good stuff on this one. Anybody got questions, or anybody actually like that? Anybody want to would they be interested in this stuff? So I just don't want to do this stuff if you guys may not be interested in this. I'd be wasting my time. But if you like if you like this thing here, please let me know. And really kind of, it's a lot of work, but I don't mind doing the work every week, every Monday. That it really works and it really helps. So I do this every single day, but I didn't realize that maybe I should do it, and put a portfolio together. So I will share this with you guys every morning, every Monday morning, basically every morning if you want. We can do this and look at this portfolio and see if we picked out good stocks or not. I think this will be a really good idea. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. I like the confidence a little bit of, and this will be, like I said, we'll talk, instead of updating stocks, we'll go in here and start looking at what we own. Okay. The one of the stocks that I did not mention that I own on the side is Berkshire Hathaway. If you want it, that's fine, but I didn't mention it in here. But like I said, Monday morning, I will update the entire portfolio, what it looks like. So I think it's really good looking at this stuff, and I think it's going to be great for us, and we will be able to see the returns, right? Thank you, Sarvajit. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And let's talk about individual stocks right now. What else is happening in the market? Then we'll compare. But we'll come back to this later. I will talk about this more during the market hours. Okay. So what the market has been doing, ES futures has been moving up a lot here very quickly. So again, I have a few things to put together. I'll look at this market. I will be back in about right after Harvey's update. Then I will be talking about this portfolio here, and we'll look at each one of them, IB50 and the top quant stocks, what we should be holding from those stocks in a few minutes here. So I'll let Harvey update the market. I haven't talked about gold or oil, any of that, because of this PCE numbers this morning. I will talk about them, and this PCE is number is quiet, and gold is actually holding pretty steady, $10 to the upside. Oil is a little bit up. So we'll talk about these more numbers in a minute. I'll let Harvey do the market update. I will see you guys in a few minutes. Thank you.
All right, what's up, guys? Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Last day of the trading session here this week. So, hope everyone had a good week so far. Let's see what today brings. We did have PCE numbers come out this morning. Pretty much all in line with expectations, so not a big change there, but it is creating some upside as markets now further pricing in rate cut odds for October, December. So, we'll see what plays in today's session. As right now in the pre-market, we are getting a little bit of a boost to testing the downtrend we've been facing at the start of this week, pretty much from Powell's comments on Tuesdays, sending things a bit lower when he said equity markets were a bit overvalued. So we did get a bit of correction. Markets did come down towards the 21-day EMA, and it kind of mentioned into the close yesterday on the S&P Nasdaq session that we were kind of nesting between the 10-day, 21-day EMAs coming into this report. So looking like this is a positive reaction in the markets. A lot of the big tech names are pushing to the upside off this number. So we'll see if during the New York session here, if we get follow through to the upside. So leaning still slightly neutral to risk on our swing trades. If we do see some good setups today, we'll see if we can catch some good buying opportunities. We'll see if breakouts continue. I did mention yesterday in the portfolio alerts that starting a small position here in Marvell and Amazon. We'll talk about those in a minute here as well. But if we start to see continued upside and prices can hold now above the 10-day EMA, kind of break this downtrend we've been in for the past 3 days, we'll see if we can add to some of these positions. We'll see if markets want to push up. But if we see a quick fake out and a dip back below, typically the first move after these key data points do tend to be fake outs, then we'll have to maintain a more risk neutral stance. And if we start to see more adverse downside, then we'll be a bit more risk off. So what are the key levels we're watching for today? Let's take a look at the charts. Before I start, I should also add that in terms of economic news, we don't have much on the calendar for today. We do have Michigan sentiment numbers and inflation expectations at 10 a.m. And then some Fed speak, Fed Barkin, Fed Bowman will be speaking. But other than that, it is a pretty quiet Friday. So we'll see how the markets want to set up leading into those jobs numbers next week. So early in the session, so key levels in the session, we are getting a bit of a pop to the upside here off the CPI print, looking at the S&P 500 futures. So I want to see if this holds during the session. Right now in the short time frames, we are facing a bit of consolidation, a bit of rejection here on this upper supply zone, which is warranted, seeing a little bit of sellers come in. But if buyers can hold here, see if we get a higher low or consolidation, we'll be a bit more risk on in nature as if we can get back above the 66.97, 6,700 level could then send us back up towards 67.15, perhaps even make its way back up towards all-time highs at 67.57. But if we do start to see a rejection here early, key level to watch for kind of out of the gates and kind of the extremely bullish case is if we hold above the 10-day EMA here at 66.76. If we dip back below the 10-day, then market back to more of a neutral stance. We'll have to see how it kind of sets up in this range. And if we start to see a bit more adverse downside, say some more selling pressure comes in, market's not really completely liking the CPI print, this initial move is a fake out, we start to see a pullback of some of these tech names, then watch out for overnight lows at 66.53. And then the key line in the sand for today where things turn risk off is if we kind of break this 21-day, which is in the 66.37, 66.24 demand zone, which also coincides with yesterday's low. So this is a key level of support here in this area. If that does break, then markets could continue to roll over. You got 66.09 below as a key support area, and then 65.63 next. But we'll see what plays there early, as right now, again, mentioned on a kind of maintaining a neutral to bullish stance. So for our swing trades, if we hold above the 10-day and see a crack above this zone here, then we could maintain risk on nature. We'll see if we get a breakout. We'll see if we get continuation on some of these plays. If we dip below the 10-day, then maintain neutral. And if we get below the 21-day, then we're back to a risk off nature, looking just to manage positions and not really looking to get add or up market exposure. So we'll see what plays. Then for a swing for day trading, we could definitely see volatility through today's session. We'll see if we get some range in price action. Keep a close eye on things like ATR and volatility, and we'll see what plays. Right, as long as we're above the 10-day, looking for dip buying opportunities, looking for a break above the zone here to the upside. If we dip back below the 10-day, then looking for chop range bound type of action. We'll get ping pong type of moves most likely. And then where sellers pick up is if we lose overnight lows and the 66.37 demand zone. All right, looking at the NASDAQ, same thing, right? We're kind of holding here just above the 21-day, in between the 10-day EMA. We're kind of holding sideways in the overnight session. And then off this PCE print, we're getting a nice strong move here to the upside, right into this supply zone at 727. So we'll see what happens in this zone. If buyers can hold, see if we get a higher low on the 15 or the 30 minute, and then a potential break above 764, we can maintain a more heavy risk on nature. We'll see if markets want to continue to push up. You got 867, 929 supply zone as some key resistance levels prior to then all-time highs up at 25.28. If we do happen to see a rejection here early and price is going to hold in between these zones here, just above the 10-day and this yesterday's low zone at 24.519, then still looking for range-bound chop like type of action. We'll maintain more of a neutral in the market. But if we do happen to lose yesterday's lows, 24.454, then we could perhaps see more aggressive downside. We could test a 21-day at 382, and this 342, 241 zones will be some next key tests on the downside. But we'll see what plays there early, as again, markets are kind of liking this PCE print. It is seeing a strong push to the upside. You're seeing names like NVIDIA rip up to 178. Amazon, which we did start a small starter position yesterday, kind of ripping above some key resistance as well. Meta getting a nice push up. Tesla also getting a nice push up here. Pretty much everything besides Apple really liking this data print here, pushing nicely here to the upside. But now coming right up into some key resistance, we'll see if in the New York session, do we get follow through and can we go from more of a neutral to a risk on, a bullish stance, or do we get a rejection and then we might just have to kind of sit, wait, and see what the market wants to develop going into those jobs numbers, right? But again, if we kind of dip 568, 519, that's where I'll be a bit more concerned with the longs. I'll be kind of flipping more into sort of shorts and maintaining more of a risk-off nature in the markets, right? Kind of seeing that in the Russell and the Dow as well. Russell yesterday came down to the 21-day, defended, now kind of holding in this range. We'll see which way it wants to go. Keep an eye on 24.19, 24.45. We'll see which way it breaks out. And then also the Dow, same thing, kind of pushed down into the 10-day, 20-day EMAs, getting a nice push up off this data print. We'll see if this holds into the New York session as well. But ultimately not looking too bad, right? Nice push up off this data print. It is kind of pulling back a little bit right now. So we'll see. Again, these numbers also coming in as expected, right? So when the numbers come in as expected, what does that mean? That means it's already priced into the market. So not really expecting, because of the data print, two big moves in today's market, right? If we're getting if it was like a huge decline, like if it came up below forecasted, then I would be so confident saying up and away, all-time highs, here we come. If it was higher than forecasted, then I'll be okay, we can crash and burn in the market. But just because now we're not getting anything, now we're just kind of just maintaining a neutral stance. So we'll see what plays. As initial move was to the upside, tested that supply zone. The question is now, do we get follow through during the New York session, right? So looking at the internal, some key things to watch out for, like we always do, is the VIX. So VIX, I kind of got this range here. If the VIX here continues to drop now off this data print, if it continues to dip and gets below 1580, I'll be more confident in longs. We'll see up and away. We'll look for dip buying opportunities. We'll look for higher lows, stuff like that. See if I'll be more confident in the long trade. If we start to see VIX turn around here and get above 17 and the 1768 level, then I'll be more confident on shorts. I'll be more considerate that we could see potential downside, and I'll be looking to short the pops or looking for bear flag type of setups. But ultimately right now we're kind of in the midpoint. Again, also getting a bit of a downside here from this PCE print. So we'll see if that continues to trend lower. Then I'll be more confident in longs. We'll see if we get down towards that 1580 marker here on the VIX. Yields also kind of slight decline off this data print, which is also good for equities, but ultimately yields are not too concerning here yet, right? So they don't really have a big impact on equities at the moment. If we do start to see some aggressive push to the upside or aggressive pull to the downside, that's when they'll have a bigger impact on equities. But minor pullback here, slight bullishness, but ultimately nothing too crazy here at the moment. So right now, guys, in equities, looking at the 5-minute, 50-minute, it is still bullish in nature. So we'll see if we can get a break above these supply zones, but just be careful. It is also a bit neutral. So we'll have to kind of be very disciplined, very patient, and we'll see what the market wants to give us in today's session. All right, so that's kind of the setup on the equities. Again, you could still look to see, again, if we start to see a breakout early, if markets defend the 10-day EMA and we see a break above now a tested supply zone for continuation to the upside, then I will still be more confident on longs. We can up our exposure in this market, but if we kind of maintain neutral, just be very careful as, again, we are coming into some key jobs numbers now next week. And there is also this kind of on-looming, Supreme Court decision on what's going to happen with tariffs. All right. So we'll see what plays, right? Also, right now, kind of seeing really have upside in the tech names, but some of the other sectors are seeing some weakness, right? Yesterday, we had Trump post on Truth Social. There's 100% tariffs on drugs, which sent a lot of pharmaceutical companies to the downside, right? So we're not really seeing an overall, market pushing to the higher to the upside, and we're getting a little bit of upside due to some of these tech names. So we'll see, really keep a close eye on the Mag 7 names, and we'll see which way the markets here want to go, right? So before we talk about some of the Mag 7 names and their setups, let's take a look at the commodities real quick. Crude oil getting some upside here. Right now, a lot of geopolitical tensions going on, especially between Russia and Europe. Europe denying a lot of oil exports, sending, doing military drills here in the Atlantic and on the oceans, as well as a lot of air drills as well, sending kind of fighter jets across European countries. So it is creating a lot of tensions, right? Nothing yet has popped off, but a lot of military drills going in, creating some unease in the geopolitical atmosphere. So off this, we are seeing a little upside here on crude oil. We'll see if it wants to maintain now this hourly uptrend, getting a boost up here in the pre-market. If it can, let's see now if we can get above the zone. We'll test it as it kind of pushed up into that zone yesterday. We kind of held it into the entire overnight session, chipping away at that overhead supply. So it is a much weaker area of supply here. So if we do start to see aggressive buyers coming on crude oil, see if we get a break above 65.55, could then send us up for that daily gap level, which I've been mentioning for several days now, up at 66.55. If we do see a rejection here early and we break this hourly uptrend here below 64.66, then we could see a move down towards yesterday's one-up level, which would be the 64.33 demand zone. And then we'll see if buyers hold there. If not, we could perhaps see more aggressive sell back into those key moving averages. So keep an eye early as we are seeing a nice pump here in the pre-market. It is maintaining uptrend. Coming into a weak area of resistance, we'll see if buyers can hold onto this sentiment and see if we get continuation up towards that daily gap level. Looking at gold here, still kind of maintaining range. Again, was expecting a bigger reaction from PCE. Looks like we didn't get much. So we'll see what plays. You still got these two zones, both the supply zone here at this 37.91 and this demand zone here at 37.58. Both have been tested fairly well. And yesterday's session giving a lot of ping pong action there. So hopefully you guys got some nice moves there on gold. But we'll see what happens now. Both these areas are much weaker. So if we start to see aggressive buyers come in and this support area hold, looking for a breakout above 37.91, 38.06 could just take us right back up towards all-time highs, invalidating this complex head and shoulders pattern. If we do start to see this head and shoulders play out, we dip below, we need to see a break below now 37.46, could give us a quick test of that 10-day EMA at 37.35, and then we'll see what prices do there. Do bulls hold on to the longer term uptrend, or do we start to see a bit more aggressive sell to the downside? Again, gold right now still doing pretty well, not overly concerned here yet, but we'll see what plays in this range. If we do lose this 37.58, it could be a bit more concerning. We could get a bit more downside. You do have some tests below. Again, then if we do see that some downside, test of the 21-day here could be a long-term dip buying opportunity. Right now, we'll see what plays though in this range here on gold prices. So that's kind of set up on what I'm watching on the major markets, guys. Again, this data point is very neutral, so just be wary if we do see a pullback from this zone. If prices do lose that 10-day EMA, we could just continue to chop in range in today's session, where you could get a lot of ping pong type of action. Granted, any other sort of major catalyst comes out, we don't really have much on the calendar, but if anything surprising does come out, we'll see if we can catch any of those movements in this range. And we'll see though, kind of if it is kind of slightly bullish as well. So if we do happen to see a break above this supply zone here early, then I'll be taking a much more risk on. I'll be much more confident in long plays as well. So that being said, let's take a look at some of the individual stock names as well. So we'll start off by looking at the big tech names. Apple, we'll see what it does. Still kind of holding in range. Apple was kind of looking the best out of the big tech names yesterday's session, up about 1.8% in yesterday's move, pretty much coming off of in a late stage rally towards the end of the session here. So we'll see what it does, as Apple still very much in this range between 250 and 257. If it can hold here, we'll see if we get a higher low and then a break above 257 takes us towards all-time highs, and then clear sky territory above. If that does happen, I will also be much more confident with longs, as Apple's showing that there is still strength, that there's still buying demand in this market at near all-time highs. So we'll see if that continues to push up to the upside. If we do start to see sellers come in aggressively here, there is notion that this could become a double top with us getting equal highs at that 257 level, neckline being at 250, 251. So if that breaks, we could perhaps see a bit more of a dip. You got the 10-day now coinciding with this gap up level at 247. So we'll see if bulls stick save it there. If not, look for that gap fill towards 244, perhaps even a move down towards the 21-day at 240. But ultimately, still very much range bound here. We'll see what plays in between this 251, 257 range. NVIDIA here, also just watching, also very much range bound here on NVIDIA. So we'll see what plays. A little bit more bearish sentiment coming in as we hit this resistance at 178, getting a strong pump up here in the pre-market. So if this holds, as we are coming into kind of post-market highs as well, we'll see if we get continuation up towards yesterday's highs at 180, and that'll be kind of key level to watch for. If we do continue higher, you got some resistance at 182.45 and then all-time highs back at 184.50. If we do happen to see a break to the downside, this could be putting in a lower high on the hourly. And if that happens, we could perhaps see more aggressive sells come in. You got the cluster of moving averages still around this 176, 177 level, which could act as some support. If not, looking for a breakdown below 175 could take us into that gap fill, which we kind of wicked in yesterday's session at 173, 172. And below there, we could see more aggressive selling come in. So we'll see what plays on NVIDIA. Again, it is 8% off the general markets here. So if we do start to see a break early to the upside, we'll be more confident with longs, especially above 180, 182. If we do see a break to the downside, then I'll be more confident in shorts, especially below 175, 173. But anything in between, consider it level range bound, chop action, as we've kind of been holding in this range for quite some time now here on NVIDIA. So not overly bearish, but not overly bullish here either. Right on the daily, getting very choppy here in this range, kind of setting up a weekly bull flag as well. All right, looking at Netflix still very much in range here as well, still in this megaphone pattern. Again, you can see since about September 17th, not much to do here on Netflix. So we're still waiting. We'll see what plays, right? It is still kind of consolidating range. If we can see bulls push up here early, let's see if we get above this overhead supply and this 21-day EMA at around 1217, 1225. If we do, we'll see if we get upside. You got 1240 as potential resistance. And then again, mention these levels for quite some time now, but you got megaphone resistance up at 1268, which could be a potential target. If we do see two downsides, so we get a lower high and this bear sentiment continues to hold, looking for a break below yesterday's lows at 1192 could then send us towards the megaphone range support back at that 1167 level on the downside. So we'll see what plays on Netflix. Again, ultimately still holding up pretty well compared to some of the other tech names, but it hasn't really done much, not really seeing much confidence yet for upside nor downside. We'll see what plays in today's market. Looking at Google, also very much in range, right? Has been kind of a range bound kind of market and some of these big tech names, but we'll see as it is leaning slightly to the bullish side as it is trying to recover above the 10-day EMA. So this 10-day EMA at 247 will be a key level to watch for in today's session. If it holds, let's see if price can get above 249, 250. For then continues to the upside, you got some resistance at the sell down level on Wednesday at 253. A break above that takes us back up towards all-time highs 256. Clear sky territory. Again, if you guys did catch Google, I also did de-risk some in yesterday's move to the downside here. So we'll see what plays on this recovery. If it can pop, let's see if we get 253, 256. If we break below the 10-day, look for a test of yesterday's lows at 242, 243. And then below there, we can make a move towards the 21-day at 238, 239. Microsoft, also very much in range. Yesterday came back into that gap level, defended above 505, and now we're kind of seeing a gap up and go situation here in the pre-market session. So coming up right into now some resistance. We'll see what Microsoft does here around 510, 512. If buyers hold strong, let's see if we get a push up towards this gap fill area around 515, 516, perhaps even weekly highs up at 519 prior to the all-time highs at making its way 526 and then up towards 555. If we do start to see some downside here and we start to see aggressive sell come in, then we'll see if we fill the gap on this from pre-market action at 506, 507. From there, do bulls defend this support once again? And do we see a kind of reversal keeping us in this range? Or do we start to see more adverse downside? Where I'll be more concerned with Microsoft is it starts to invalidate this kind of cup pattern and we see a break below 505 to then fill this gap towards 502 and perhaps you could get more downside below there. So we'll see what plays, but you can see some of these tech names still very much range bound, right? A lot of chip chop action. We've been getting like really aggressive moves at the open and then kind of giving it back or kind of holding after the in the afternoon. So we'll see now with these inflation numbers out of the way, leaning a little bit neutral off this data print. So we'll see if we can get to action today. But again, don't force any trades if we do start to see prices hold within these ranges. Okay. Amazon here. So again, this does start a small starter position here right at this 216 level. So I was mentioning yesterday, again, either we see a break above 222, 225 could be a good add there. See if we get potential reversal here back up to the key moving averages and see if Amazon wants to reverse, as it is 10% off of its highs. And this was a pretty significant pullback that we've been getting since September 9th. So on a huge downtrend, we'll see what plays. Again, with this one, it is a bit unorthodox, as we're not really seeing a strong base setup or weak contraction to a moving average. But this 200-day could be a very strong level, as it is a level that is really very highly respected by a lot of major institutions and a lot of big investors. So it could just naturally act as a good buying zone. So I wanted to add a small position here at 216. We'll see what plays in today's market. If it does continue to pump, and if we get above 222, 225, I might add a bit more here, and we'll see if we get a rally back up towards point of control 231. We can then adjust stops there as we see fit. But if we do have to see a reversal quickly, watch out below 219. I will still maintain a hold, but if it's below 216, 214, we might have to see a bit more of a dip come in, right? You can see potential test of that 214 level, see what prices does. If it does look like it's holding, we could look to add a small position there. If not, it could go down towards that daily gap fill towards 211, 210, and then we'll look to see if we catch a good dip buying opportunity there as well, right? I don't usually like to average cost down, but with some of these big tech names, you know that they're reliable, you know that they're major players in the index. They're not going to really go anywhere for the longer term. So it's not okay if we can add on some of these plays. But main thesis with this one is that it's coming down to now some very key level of support. So we'll see if this bounce that we're getting in the pre-market due to the CPI number, we'll see if it holds in today's session. Meta here, we'll see also consolidating at a key support level, daily uptrend, as well as this gap up level. So yesterday kind of defended twice at the 745, 746. So we'll see if that holds again here in the pre-market. If it does, want to see a break above 755 to then come into those key moving averages. You got the 10-day, 21-day around 759, 761. If that breaks, then we could perhaps see a stronger move to the upside, breaking this kind of downtrend on the hourly, maintaining this range here on the daily. If we do happen to see price kind of crack or see a break below this daily uptrend, below 745, look for a gap fill towards 740. From there, we'll see if we get a gap fill reversal type scenario. If not, we could see a bigger pullback towards 721 on the downside. So we'll see what plays here on Meta. Meta kind of right now is kind of consolidating at a key support. We'll see if it acts as a launch pad here for the upside. And then Tesla here ultimately also very much in range. Again, Tesla got a really nice pump up earlier this month. We'll see if it continues to hold since that move up though. Off of this kind of, again, ascending wedge breakout that we called out beautifully. So hopefully a lot of people made profits here on Tesla. But since then, kind of is consolidating here in this range. So we'll see what plays as it kind of bounced and held the 10-day EMA here during the pre-market session. Coming into now some resistance here at 431. We'll see if price can hold. Look for a breakout above hidden test weekly highs around 445, 449. Could then send us up for a gap fill towards 454, perhaps even a move towards 466. If we do happen to see a rejection here, we could see a bit more neutral. I would expect chop action here in between this range. But if we break 416, 411, watch out below. We got a gap fill towards 402, 396, and that 21-day at 392 potential targets on the downside. So we'll see what plays. Again, with all these names, you're seeing that they're also kind of maintaining kind of in a range neutral stance here. So we'll see in today's market what plays. Even right now in the pre-market, we are kind of pulling back a little bit from that supply zone, testing now the 10-day EMA here on the ES. We'll see if it holds. If it does, I will maintain a bit more bullish stance. We'll see if we get up and away type of action. If we break below, we might be very neutral. We'll have to take things level to level. All right. And so we'll see what plays on some of these tech names. Again, you'll hear me calling these out during the session as well, because again, they do have a major impact on how the indexes move and could provide some key insight on our day trades. All right. So that's what I'm watching, guys, on the major players there. We have about 23 minutes till the open. So take a look at some stock names as well. We'll see right now, again, it is a risk on in nature, but also slightly neutral. So I will kind of wait at the open. Want to see how markets digest this PCE news. If it is still holding bullish, if sentiment is still strong to the upside, then I'll be more confident on longs. We continue a risk on approach. We'll look to add exposure. But if, markets kind of pull back, and we kind of hold in between these zones, or perhaps even like dip below the 10-day and kind of hold, then I'm just going to maintain a neutral. I might have to just wait to see how, jobs numbers come out next week. And then from that gains further insight on what the markets here want to do. Okay. So looking at some names, NP got a really nice push up yesterday and couldn't really find any news off this, but just an absolute stellar rally here to the upside. So we'll see if that holds in today's session, as it kind of bounced off the 50-day yesterday, held strongly, still holding here in the pre-market session. So if this can hold, Let's see if price gets back above 78, looking for that breakout above all-time highs at 82.82 for then a push to the upside. So we'll see what plays there. Marvell, I kind of shared the setup here now in the portfolio alerts channel on Marvell as well. The main thesis with Marvell Technologies here is that it is a strong company. It has a weekly double bottom here to put on the weekly time frame. And it is kind of now making an attempt to reclaim the neckline here as well as this 200-day SMA. So it is kind of a weak setup. It's not the strongest of plays here yet. So just a small starter position on Marvell. If it can hold above the 21-day, consolidate in this range, and then give a breakout above 85.41, I will look to add a bit more. And we'll see if it wants to continue to pump up. You got some resistance at 92.88, and then potential take profit at a 20% return at 98.45, 101 above. If we do start to see a bit of a downside come in and prices lose the 200-day, just be careful if it does see a negative reaction, as again, this is a bit high risk. Not a usual setup that I usually am inclined to taking. Typically, I like to look for a better base setup or a better contraction towards key moving averages. But if it does start to pull back and we start to hit the stop loss, just make sure you guys manage your position quickly. You want to see kind of the 10-day, 21-day start to creep its way to the upside as well. But right now, it's still looking pretty good. This is some pretty strong volume on the breakout. Let's see if we get follow through in today's session, as we are kind of just holding in the zone right now in the pre-market with some pretty good bullish sentiment. So keep an eye on that 200-day, keep an eye on the stop loss area around 78, 75, and we'll see what Marvell Tech here wants to do. Gold names still all holding up pretty well. If you guys are still holding these names, again, could just be a good counter hedge in your portfolios. But let's see, they're still all kind of holding up pretty nicely. Now testing the 10-day EMA here on KGC and AEM and Barrick Gold. We'll see if these names can defend these levels, see if we get a push up. Again, keep a close eye on gold as well, as it is, again, just in between those key zones that we had mentioned earlier. I'm also watching AMD here. I'm liking the setup on AMD. We'll see what plays. Again, prior setup was this inverse head and shoulders. Never gave us that breakout. Since then, just been consolidating in between this range, between this 149 support and this 162 resistance. So we'll see what plays, as we are getting a bit more bullish sentiment here on AMD than bearish. So if it can hold, we'll see if we get that continued. Got my alert set up right at that 50-day. And if that breaks, I will add a small starter position. We'll see if it wants to continue to pump. If it does, you got targets at this gap fill here at 172, 175, and then prior swing highs here at 186. But where this invalidates is if we see a dip below 154, and if we lose 149, we could see a bit more downside. Maybe a downtrend play here on AMD could send it to some of these gaps on the downside as well. So still a bit tricky. It is a bit volatile here in this range. A lot of high volume coming in, so a lot of up down action. In the perfect world, what we like to see is a bit contraction. Prices hold 154, 149, volume start to taper off a bit, and then we get that break above the 50-day for a nice entry. But again, we don't play on predictions, we play on reactions. So let's see what the AMD here wants to do. But overall, not a bad setup. We'll see if it wants to give us that break. Other than that, not really seeing much names here on the watch list that are primed for breakout. So we'll keep an eye throughout the session. We'll see what names are holding up with good relative strength. I'm still looking to set up here on SE. We'll see what plays. It is looking a little bit weak, as we are below the 10-day, 21-day. So if we see a quick recovery here quickly during today's session or in the oncoming sessions, then looking for that breakout below this downtrend, and we could perhaps continue upside again. SE I'm really liking because it's a really strong fundamental company and it has a lot of strong growth characteristics. But let's see if it wants to recover from the shakeout. Also seeing a lot more bullish sentiment here on the money profile as well. I'm also still liking Palantir here also. Palantir got a really nice push up, kind of forming a cup and handle as well. Defended the 10-day in yesterday's session, still holding up well here in the pre-market. So if it can hold, we'll see if bullish sentiment continues, as we are getting some pretty decent buying volume coming in. If you look at these recent bars here, daily volume bars, we are getting days where we're getting more above average buying volume than sell volume. So that looks pretty good. If it does hold on this kind of janky looking cup and handle now, if it can continue to defend the 10-day, 21-day, looking for a breakout above this pivot 185 and all-time highs at 189, and we'll see if we have clear sky territories above. Again, Palantir is a bit on the high risk side, but with this AI center craze that's happening, it could benefit pretty nicely, and it's also really closely related to the general market as well, kind of akin to the Mag 7 name. So if it does kind of pump, I'm expecting the markets to push here up with it. So keep an eye on 185, 189 for a breakout, and 175, 170 as your potential supports where the trade might invalidate. All right. Other than that, not really watching too much. I did share also yesterday the kind of setup here on APLD. So if you guys want to check that out, it is in the research channel. Again, I do this so you guys can get a clear insight on exactly what we're looking for, right? It is important that you guys have a trade journal so that you can, what works well for you, what doesn't. So the trade setup with APLD, again, I initially shared it on August 18th. If you go back in the research channel, I was sharing this kind of cup and handle setup that we were getting, and it did give us that breakout, but it did also fail, right? So the first attempt on that push up did fail. This kind of shows you guys that also that not every trade is a winner, but if you manage your risk accordingly, you guys can definitely try to catch profits, right? So the first trade didn't work out, got a small loss there, but then it gave us another breakout here as well on September 10th. And since then, it was just a nice rally to the upside. I know a lot of people caught it here on this move, and that kind of gave us some nice returns, making up for those losses and even putting us in some profits here as well. Again, you guys can read the full breakdown here. It is in the research channel if you guys want to check that out. I will also, over the weekend, create a breakdown here for AMSC, which we also caught, SITM, which we also caught on some nice profits, as well as Oklo, which we also caught on some nice profits there as well. So hopefully everyone is banking on some of these swing trades. I am majority in cash right now. So we'll see how the market plays. If we do start to see a breakout early again today, if these key averages defend, if markets go into strong uptrend, right? And if the kind of notion is we're going back to all-time highs, then we'll have to do some research here over the weekend. We'll see what stocks are breaking out. We'll see what stocks are showing relative strength, and then we could look to add into next week's session. But if we start to see kind of a bit of a neutral or a pullback, then we might just have to wait. We'll get that shopping list ready, but again, we'll have to kind of wait for a better setup. As again, for us, or at least for me, a key notion of the strategy is what the overall market is. So I want to see the market in a confirmed uptrend, not there yet, but it is getting there, and I want to see it hold above the key moving averages. It is kind of at the moment, but we'll see where it closes off on today's session and on the week. Okay, so that's what I'm watching, guys, on the setups there. We're actually on those some major, it's surprising that these kind of quantum names are still holding up pretty well. So if you're still holding, again, Rigetti, QBT, QBTS, just keep showing stops. We'll see if they want to continue to push the upside. Just note that it is getting a bit on the volatile side. So just be careful. I wouldn't add at these price points, as again, prices are going to be volatile. Would want to wait for the next base or a pullback to one of these key averages could be a good opportunity to add. Then we'll see what plays, but still holding up pretty well. Harpreet and my dad did share the uranium plays. Again, CCJ we were mentioning for quite some time as well. CCJ also getting a lot of hype because they've been added to the S&P. So we'll see what plays here, as it has been pretty volatile also in this range, but still holding well above the key averages. They got a nice push up in yesterday's session, holding up well here in the pre-market. If you look at the hourly, still seeing a lot more bullish sentiment as well. So it looks good. If you guys are holding, let's see if it continues to defend the 50-day, the 21-day, looking for a breakout above this previous swing high at 89.31 for upside. Some of the other kind of nuclear / energy plays are still holding up pretty well as well. UUUU is still holding up pretty nicely here above the 10-day. We'll see if that wants to continue to pump. It is also a bit on the riskier side, as we are seeing some heavy volume coming in now. So when you see volume like this, guys, it's just a lot of volatility, right? So it makes it very high risk. As things go up, they could go down. You can see a lot of chop action in a very wide range. Typically, I like to see like contraction like this, like where prices are kind of contraction, supply is getting very limited, and then liking to get that breakout afterwards. Those lead to much stronger plays than trying to chase into a volatility. So we'll see what plays in today's session. Those are kind of key names I'm watching. Honestly, not too much here yet on the watch list, as I am still a bit neutral bias on the market. So we'll see what plays in today's market. We'll see how the market wants to close off on this week. Do we get does the market turn around, and do we get a green weekly close? Or what does the longer term setup looks like here? Let's take a look at the ES and the NASDAQ on the weekly time frame. Right, so currently printing a red week after 3 weeks in total. So this is kind of neutral in stats. But if we see kind of, who knows, we get an aggressive push up here and we kind of close on the top end of this value of the previous week candle, then I'll maintain a bit more bullish stance. We'll see if we get a continued breakout towards highs. But if we close kind of here or lower, then just watch out below. But so far, looking at a red candle here on the weekly, but not too bad. Again, the major sell from this week came from Powell's comments earlier, being a little bit more hawkish on the Tuesday session. But it seems like, do we recover on this Friday session? Do we print a higher low? Does it defend this kind of previous swing here on the NASDAQ and on the ES, or do we see a bit more adverse downside? Right, so very tricky to say with 100% confidence what markets will do so far this morning. And so as we always say, just don't try to predict. Just because we got PC in line with expectations, we saw a nice push to the upside, doesn't mean we have to go up and away and markets show strong, right? We could very much well continue to chop here in between these ranges. So rather than try to predict, we'll react to markets, keep these levels in mind, and then we'll play accordingly, right? If we're above, then we're a bit more comfortable bullish. If we're below, maintain more neutral. And if we see aggressive sells for chance, and we see a break below kind of key support levels, then we'll have to be a bit more risk off, right? So that is what I'm watching today, guys. We got about 12 minutes now till the open. We'll see what plays in So we'll see what plays in today's session. Hopefully we can catch some volatility. We do have some data points coming out here after the open here, top of the hour, with sentiment numbers coming in. So we'll see what plays. So we'll see if we can get any decent volatility, but just be careful trading this market. If you guys already have good profits on the week, it is a Friday, so don't want to spoil your mood here to the weekend. So make sure you guys trade safe, and let's see if we can catch any gains. Go get Tesla 450. It very much well could, right? Tesla has been an absolute powerhouse, right? With pretty much coming off of Elon, reconfirming commitments in the company, taking ownership in the company, pushing it to the upside. So 450 and this gap fill area could well very much be a target, but we'll see. It is getting a bit volatile in this range, right? So seeing a lot of volume here come in above the 10-week average. So a lot of up down action, right? Even look at this week, right? Monday up, Tuesday down, Wednesday up, Thursday down. So maybe today we see up again. Who knows? But if we can defend these key supports, you got the 10-day, you got this 425 level. We'll see if you're going to go up for that yesterday's highs, and 450 could definitely be a target there. EA as well. Yeah, so the gaming companies, we'll see what they do. Electronic Arts, I think they released a new kind of NBA or FIFA game, so we'll see what plays. Looking pretty good here. We'll see kind of defending also off the 50-day. So if the 50-day can hold 166, a lot more bullish sentiment coming in on EA. Looking, if you're in already, just be careful. It's not the best setup. It is getting a bit volatile here in this range. But if you can continue to defend the 50-day and get above yesterday's swing high here, then we could definitely see some upside back up towards this previous swing high. We got all-time highs. Yep. And then we'll see if we get clear sky territory to the upside. But that was pretty decent. They'll see. This was some pretty aggressive. So this is a bit concerning as well. We got a lot of volume coming in on this September 19th session, but not much change in price. So that could be a negative indication there, because typically when you see high volume, you also want to see big candlestick moves kind of accompanying that, showing that there's demand in that price action. So this could just be very heavy de-risking going on. And it was also accompanied by a heavy sell candle as well. So I'll just be a bit careful here on EA. It is kind of gapping up in the pre-market into that sell candle level. So we'll see if it holds at that 175 or then they push up towards 180. But if not, watch out below. Keep it on the 50-day as possible stop loss at 166. All right. So we'll see what plays, guys, right now on the 5-minute, 50-minute. Again, a bit of a pullback right off this zone here, off the supply zone. So coming right into now some key support. We'll see how this 5-minute, 50-minute candle prints. And then at the open, does it result in a higher low? Do we retest upper supply zone? And then again, above this zone, I'd be much more confident with the risk on in nature. If we kind of see a kind of lower high on the 2 or the 5 and a break below, on the ES below the London high here at 66.74 and on the NASDAQ below 673, then we could perhaps see more chop ping pong action on the downside. We'll see what plays in today's market. Looking at the 5-minute, 50-minute, the 50-minute is still pretty bullish coming off this PCE number, but on the 5-minute and the 2-minute, we're kind of squeezed, and also opening reads here seem like they are going to be a bit neutral in stance as well. So let the markets kind of settle out, and we'll see what plays. All right. And again, guys, just a reminder, again, it is a Friday. So just if you already have good profits on the week, play with discipline here. Don't try to, take any other unnecessary trades. We are, retail traders, so we can be very selective with our entries. So again, don't force any trades here. We'll see what plays in today's market. So far, it looks like they might want to put in a higher low here, given the 50-minute candle is holding green. And we are at the short term here trying to hold these support levels as well. Nice. If you guys are following Hurricane as well, he also caught this short here. So again, just coming off the supply zone, right? These zones working out beautifully. Again, hopefully you guys, are enjoying these levels here. I do share them with you guys every morning early on, kind of drawing these zones, sharing them with you guys, and they do tend to work out. Again, the market doesn't have to respect my levels. That's why risk management psychology is important, but I find more often than not, they do tend to work pretty nicely. So if you guys did catch that short off these supply zones, nice move there. And we'll see what plays now coming into this support level. So just going to wait till the open, going to let things sell out. And just note that this zone is much weaker now, providing the supply here in the pre-market. So if we do see a break here and buyers look strong, we could see a rip through. And we'll see if we want to make a push up towards weekly highs and then all-time highs. I fear guys today could be, kind of neutral in stance, just given the CPI PCE numbers. Again, it is a bit bullish. Markets are in for chances a rate cut in October and December, so traders are taking this positively. But again, just given that it came out as expected, and we might just not see much action. So we'll see. We do have some data points top of the hour. The Michigan sentiment inflation expectation numbers could create some volatility here this morning. We also got some Fed speak scattered throughout the session. So granted, anything super unexpected comes out, we could see pockets of volatility, but let's see. Let's see. The fact that we're kind of pulling back here already in the pre-market off this data print doesn't really bode too well for bulls. But let's see. Keep an eye also on VWAP. VWAP could be a key level here, 66.88 and 24.642, kind of coinciding right where we launched up from that CPI number. I keep seeing CPI, PCE number. So we'll see if that offers support here. If we lose that, then we could get a bit short-term downside. You see already in the pre-market as well, prior to the open, Google got a strong push up off of this PCE number, but kind of cooling off here. Meta also got a strong push up, but also cooling off a little bit. So again, just trade with a little bit of discipline today's session. And patience will be key for sure. And right now we are opening just above yesterday's close. Not too great, but so we'll get a bit of a positive read on the internals out of the gates. We'll see if they hold positive. If they do, I'll be more confident with longs. But if they pull back, then just to watch out for shorts. And then also going to keep a close eye on the VIX here as well. So VIX key levels will be watching today's session, 1768 on the top side. If we start to move towards there, then I'll be more confident with shorts. If we start to move down toward, and then 1580 on the downside, if we start to move below there, then I'll be more confident on longs. Right now, looking at the hourly and the 30-minute, it is kind of maintaining a neutral to slash bullish stance as well. But we are pulling back a bit on this 30-minute now. So we'll see at the open if they give us a higher low on the 30. But that could bode more well for bulls. We'll see now if we get a recovery above these key levels here. If we do see selling, then let's watch out. So neutral to bullish. It is still slightly risk on. So if you do see a really good setup, you could take a position. But I would, if I was playing it and I would see a good setup in this kind of setup, I would kick like a small starter position. And if the market shows confidence the upside, then we can look to add, because there is that risk that we could still see some heavy downturn. So we'll see, like bulls are trying to make a stance, but we're not completely out of the water. And again, just some of the healthcare sectors as well, right? Still not seeing broad market-based rally, right? Especially with like healthcare now getting extreme weakness due to Trump's comments. So we'll see what plays there. That kind of saw some excessive weakness yesterday. Staples as well kind of saw some excessive weakness. They were looking strong prior out of the gates, right? But then as the tech names started to kind of dominate yesterday's session, these names started to kind of falter. XLREs was also looking good in the kind of pre-market, but then started to sell off heavy as some of these tech names started to regain control, right? As tech was looking weak yesterday, but then Stick saved it in the afternoon. So we'll see what plays. And is this the last day of September? No. So it's not yet the last trading day of the month. Monday will be the last trading day. And then next week we will get those jobs numbers, which will be key. And the next FOMC meeting, guys, if you're wondering, is the last week of October. I think it's on the 24th of October. Let me just double check. No, 29th. 29th of October. So last week, the last Wednesday. So we'll see what kind of data points we get leading to that event. Right now, chances are that market is still expecting rate hike odds, but since Powell's comments, those hikes odds did kind of reduce here. All right, so we are open, guys. So let's see what the market prints here. Gonna let the market settle out for the first 5-10 minutes, and we'll see if we can catch any opportunities. Right now, a quick test of that PCE run-up level. So let's see what ES does here at VWAP 669, and we'll see what Nasdaq does here, retesting the 10-day EMA at 618. These levels need to hold for us to be more confident on longs. If this breaks, we could perhaps see downside. See if we test the overnight low levels. Opening read on the internals is bullish as expected. We're opening up in positive territory, but immediately losing steam here. So just be careful. If it does start to kind of pull back, what also sucks is if these internals, opening reads positive due to the gap up. If they pull back into the zero balance and just kind of hold, right? That could also be an indication of choppy action. And opening read on some of these tech names are also kind of pulling back a little bit. So a little bit of pop coming off that PCE and now kind of pretty much testing those run-up areas. Keeping on Amazon, Meta, Nvidia, and Microsoft seeing a little bit of weakness. Google still holding strong, trying to defend the 10-day. Apple and Tesla still holding kind of strong as well.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are all making money. Like I warned you guys earlier, as the market went up, I told you that the market will come down, and so far the market is going to the downside, and the most important number, the 10-year, is picking up to the upside, sitting at 4.18. Market is steadily a little bit going to be very volatile, and I still think the market is going to go sideways a little bit for the even to this Friday. So it's going to be a lot happening geopolitical issues on the weekend. So be very careful on holding on to the long-term stuff. So be careful. Algo's doing pretty well as well for trading. If anybody's taking the trades on that, very good. Really a beautiful trades this morning. All of them pretty much came out into profit. Again, I will be talking about portfolio again, what I just talked about. Unfortunately, I got another wedding this morning. I got to go to Gurdwara. So I will be back in the afternoon, and we'll talk about portfolio at, hopefully I will get back before the close here. We'll talk about we'll talk about more portfolio tomorrow morning. On Saturday morning, we'll have a class on that, and I'll explain more further how to follow it, how to trade it, how we can make a decision based on every day which stocks we should buy and hold in that portfolio. So we'll be talking more about that, and also that's pretty much it. I need to leave here soon, so I'll see you guys in the afternoon if I can. Again, don't overtrade. If you made money this morning, take a break, make a long weekend out of it or something. But again, don't if you made some money, don't give it back. IBM is just crazy. It's gone up 285. CNR trying to get to the 130 again. Pepsi is still cheap at 140. TD's 110. It's good on remember that Canadian GDP came in out, said it's going to be good for the banks, Canadian economy, Canadian stocks, they're all up.
The RTX breakout, let's see. It was making that megaphone. They're just pushing pretty aggressively, so keep an eye here. Nice swing, nice higher low off the pivot. So it is hitting the kind of megaphone resistance here now, 164. We'll see if it wants to continue there. Man, I sold KTOS way too early. That's also pushing up nicely. Now also potentially hitting into our take profits. Nice move there if you guys did diamond hand that. Aerospace defense names are still looking pretty good. We'll see, this is a pretty crazy rip here they give us. ES defending that PCE print and NASDAQ here defending 10-day EMA. Let's see now pushing right back up into that supply zone here. Let's see if we crack overnight high 66.90. Above this, again, we'll be taking a bit more of a risk on nature. We'll see if we tag 67.15 next. If we do dip here, watch out for continued chop range bound type of action. But it is leaning a little bit more bullish here out of the gates. And we'll see what Nasdaq does off this pump as well. If it can hold 673, 645, let's see if it also makes a move towards that supply zone. Considering Costco down, yeah. So Costco, they had really decent earnings, like not too bad on the earnings. I was looking at the same store sales also, was pretty decent, but it is getting a pretty negative reaction here off of that earnings print. So see, we're being more confident with Costco. Again, still like it for longer term portfolios. This could be also a good dip buying as we're coming into this supply here. But we're being more confident with upside is if my moving averages load here. Well, you got a cluster moving averages here, the 10-day, 21-day, and the 50-day, and also this overhead supply. So if it can jump this 925, 950, start to shift trend, then I'll be more confident in Costco. But it's still a really strong company. We'll see what it wants to do here now dipping. But yeah, Costco is down off of its earnings. Same store sales were still up though. I think it was like 5 point something percent in the quarter. Okay, let's see. Microsoft right now getting a nice rip to the upside. We'll see if that holds. Got above its 50-day here now, so 512, 513. If it can hold at this resistance, let's see if it goes for that upper gap at 515, 516. But if it rejects, just watch out below. The rest of the tech names just pretty sideways right now. Not seeing much movement here, so let's see what plays. Markets to see on this follow-up 5-minute candle. If it does close green here, let's see if we rip through the supply zone. Again, tested now once, now twice. So if it does rip here, let's see if we can get a breakout above 6,700 here. And the Nasdaq is watching. It did hold this London high if it can. Let's see if you get 727, 748 back below this London high. Keep an eye on VWAP and the 10-day EMA. Looking at the backdrop, it is kind of neutral at the moment. Not seeing much indication on UVXY. Slight upside on the 2-minute TTM, but the 5-minute, 50-minute kind of relatively squeezed here at the moment. So we'll see what plays. And the tick indicator internals here are slightly positive, but let's see if we can get some big moves here on the tick indicator and volume difference. So lean right now, if I had to say, is bias still a bit bullish, but it is kind of weak. We'll see if volume can step in here. And just a reminder, we got data at top of the hour as well. Also, Greg, you meant Chewy. So I had an alert here on Chewy. It is looking pretty good. He's still IBD America. We'll see what plays. So kind of on the other side, right about these key averages. So if it can hold here, let's see if we get a push up. And if it does hold, you got a notion that if we break this 39.25, it could go for a gap fill up towards 41, testing this downtrend here on the daily as well. But it is a bit higher risk on the, just note that it is not a confirmed uptrend. It is kind of just holding the key averages and seeing a lot more mixed sentiment as well. But if it can hold, now we're reclaiming the 21 day. Let's see if it tests this power swing and then go for that gap fill up towards 41. Let's go.
It also got upgrade.
Oh, it did? Okay, that nice. That could also push it up.
I don't like Chewy personally.
Sorry?
I don't like Chewy as a company.
Oh yeah, same. They just make dog food, right? It's a very niche
Yeah,
market. There's very limited room for expansion.
yeah,
And plus, you can just buy dog food on Amazon as well.
yeah. I like Trade Desk if a value for a value company.
Trading. Yeah. Well, yeah, it would have to be value here. It is testing support, but it's just not seeing much momentum in it yet. No. I remember this company. This company had a lot of hype in COVID. All right, let's see here. Bull's making a push. Let's see if it continues. All right, so right now you got all the sectors green here, but some of your more your everything else market looking a little bit stronger. XLE up 1%, XLF up 0.89%. Industrials utilities are also holding pretty strong. So we'll see if that continues. Kind of like the ES right now, kind of leading, but everything is still looking green. Let's just see if we got some bit more volume, bit more momentum coming. 2 minutes still holding strong, but the 5 minutes still pretty squeezed. Volatility is still pretty low. Let's see. Just the big tech names right now looking a little bit mixed. Microsoft, Apple getting a nice push up, but at the same time you got Nvidia, Google kind of pulling back a little bit, Tesla pulling back a little bit, and Amazon, Meta just kind of neutral. Okay, this next 50-minute follow-up will be kind of important. It did print kind of a higher low attempt here on the 50 minutes, so we'll see if you get follow through. Again, the ES looking a little bit better as it's kind of pushing right up into the zone here. So we'll see if on the next candle, do we get follow through and then a break to the upside, or does it kind of send us back into neutral chop action? And then on the NASDAQ here, swept VWAP on this 50 minutes. So we'll see if we get follow through for upside, or if we kind of just chop in between this candle now. Let's see. Still neutral to bullish bias, and we do have data coming up top of the hour. Oh, Nvidia not looking too good. Ooh, Meta now pulling back as well. Man, I know I said we could get chopped today, but out of the gates. Right now, it is your Dow leading the charge here. Dow Jones up 0.6%, followed by the Russell up 0.3%. Nasdaq kind of is positive, but kind of lagging behind, only up about 0.15%. Mainly just Nvidia kind of being a drag at the moment.
I added LMT.
There's an LMT, very defensive structure. Our plays pushing. Right now, it's like ES kind of leading the Nasdaq right now. And ES pushing for new highs on the day. Now hitting resistance here, 66.97, 6,700. We'll see if we continue up towards that 67.15 level. Looks pretty good on the ES. Price action is bullish. Momentum is now building on the 2, 5, and 15 here. Nasdaq though kind of just lagging behind, but let's see. It's really Nvidia, but now hitting the 10-day EMA. Let's see if it puts in a bounce. If Nvidia can hold above 673, 652, a little bit more confident on longs. Let's see if we test that upper supply zone. Again, looking for a break above overnight highs at 748. So let's see what plays. It's still neutral to bullish bias. UVXY hasn't really done much. But let's see, ES kind of slowly trickling higher, mainly due to your kind of your financials, your energy, your industrials, or laggard industries or sectors. Finally starting to pick up here. Let's do a quick analysis on gold. Let's see what's doing so far this morning. Still nothing. So we'll see what does happens. Again, gold, again, watching these two zones here, right? So it's kind of pushing up with some volume into the supply zone. We'll see if it holds. Looking for breakout above 3,800, 3,806. See what happens there. Crude oil also pushing up pretty nicely here. Let's see now. Hitting 65.55. This will be a key test. If it rips, it could attempt to just naturally go for that gap fill on the daily up towards 66. Again, a lot of upside pressures here on oil as well due to possible rising tensions in Europe. See, VIX is still not too bad. Still pushing kind of lower. Let's see if it wants to move towards that 1580. Yields are still holding kind of steady. TJ, yeah, Marvel, you could check out also in the that is kind of holding up in that side here. We'll see what it does. Again, what I'm looking for now, Marvel, if you missed it in the morning session, is pretty much if it can hold in this zone. It is kind of a weak setup, as the only kind of play here is on the weekly, as we are getting this kind of double bottom, and it is kind of getting back above the 200-day SMA. So if it can hold in this zone, consolidate, looking for continuation above 85.41, then it can add a bit more of a stronger position there. And we'll see if we get into some of these take profits. You also have a weekly gap down level which could potentially be a longer term profit goal. We'll see. But if it starts to kind of dip, look for a higher low. But I'm gonna got my stop loss right at the 10-day, 21-day here, around 75, 76, or 78. Sorry. But it looks pretty good. It is testing neckline here now on the weekly, so we'll see if it wants to give us that breakout. And not sure on okay. And also we got really good volume in these past 2 sessions, which also give me confidence on the trade as well. Yep, no worries. But I just know that again, I'm playing very light size right now. Want to see a bit more confidence in the market. ES with a really nice push up so far this morning, but let's see if it can get above that 66.97 level. If it can, we could perhaps see a bit more upside towards 67.15. But if we dip below 87, watch out for you tracing back towards VWAP and the 10-day here at 66.77. Nasdaq much more choppier, very range bound. Not really seeing much confluence here on the big tech names. Apple still strong, Microsoft still strong. Amazon kind of strong here, but let's see, Google, Meta now sideways, Nvidia kind of pulling back a little bit, Tesla pulling back a little bit. So let's see, kind of getting barcodey here out of the gate. So we do have data in 3 minutes, so also just be careful if you are holding any positions. Again, the sentiment inflation expectation isn't a major data point, but it can create some volatility. Trump posting on Truth Social that the economic numbers are great.
When you have to write it by yourself, you can write it as good as you can.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm having a close eye on Amazon. I might add my position above 225.
Okay, nice. Yeah, it's looking good so far. All right, let's see. So far, this news candle pushing things higher. Let's see if it holds. Sentiment coming out below. Why is my thing so laggy? So these are pretty okay numbers. Inflation expectations expected actual lower than what was forecasted, 4.7% besides forecasted 4.8%. And sentiment came out also a little bit below forecasted as well. So good numbers on the inflation expectations, that bodes well, but sentiment is a bit lower, which could bode negative. So pretty neutral numbers here as well at 10 a.m. So we got neutral data pretty much this entire morning. Neutral PCE numbers, neutral sentiment, inflation expectation numbers. So let's see what this market wants to do. Right now, still maintaining a neutral to slash bias approach. We'll see if ES can hold on this 5-minute candle. If it can hold bullish, we'll see if we get continued upside towards 67.15. If we wick it, watch out for 66.87, 66.78 below. And on the NASDAQ, we'll see now kind of ripping above this morning consolidation. Let's see retesting the supply zone. Needs to get above 747, 764 for upside. Next key level have 867 and then 929. If it rejects, watch out for this London high level at 673. But let's see, right now looking pretty good for upside here. Apple's still pretty strong. Microsoft's still pretty strong. Nvidia attempting a bounce here. Let's see, the everything else market is pretty strong right now. Dow is up 0.7%. Russell is up 0.6%, kind of leading the major indices. And your energy, your financials, industrials, and utilities all above 1% here so far. Looking at the internals, you got ADD kind of hitting that bullish trend territory. Let's see though if it can break through. Not there yet. Let's see. At the same time, volume difference and tick indicator is still kind of weak. So let's see. Kind of adding to the bullish but neutral kind of thesis. Ooh, on the 5-minute, be careful. We might be wicking here. So watch this 5-minute close in about 2 minutes. If it does wick, we could perhaps see a pushback into range. Let's see. As you can see, we're already kind of a tricky morning here. A lot of up, down, a lot of nasty wicks. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. All right, it didn't even give time for the counter to close. Just quickly tested that level. So just be careful right now. We'll see as this 5-minute counter closes in about 30 seconds. If it does give us follow through for downside, watch out for now VWAP here on the ES and the 10-day. And the NASDAQ, if we lose this support, you got VWAP there at 658 and then S10-day at 618. But because we're neutral and bullish, it could also just 6-save it and it could just continue ping pong type of action. It's really just like Nvidia and Meta that's not really conforming here with the market. Keep an eye on Nvidia now though. It's testing 177, 176, kind of in that 10-day, 21-day EMA range. And also watch Meta here hitting that daily uptrend now once again at 745, 746. Man, I sold KTOS too early. Man, I think that's one of my biggest issues with all swing trades is I sell too quick. I should just respect my stop losses, keep it at the 10-day, and let it play itself.
Like in this market, you can't be comfortable buying at the highs. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
why
that's
these
the
things
thing.
happens.
I'm not gonna lie, like I have this bias in the back of my head that we have to pull back. Like this is too extended since April. Like we have to.
Yeah,
So that's kind of like also messing with my cycle.
that's why I like laggards because you are more comfortable holding at the bottom.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, quick reversal here, guys. If you guys did happen to play this short, it's working out nicely so far. So we're still ping-ponging in this hourly range. All right, so it's the key test for NVIDIA now, hitting the 21-day. Wow. Keep an eye on Google here now as well, hitting its 10-day at 247. Okay. Also, just be careful with all the tech names now here. They're kind of pulling back a bit heavy. XLK and SMH just kind of flipped red.
I
Let's see if
still believe
ES.
Nvidia can touch 171 on a 4-hour gap.
Yeah, it's possible. 171. Yeah. All right, let's see if these 10-day EMAs hold here. Let's see, guys. ATR is still kind of elevated. And again, don't take any unnecessary. We'll see as the longer time frames on the 5 and the 15 getting a bit more neutral, a bit more choppy, and the 2-minute here getting a little bit more bearish as we test these support levels. UVXY also kind of steadily rising. Let's see what happens now at this swing high. If it does break, we could perhaps see some bigger sell. Next key levels I have on the downside, you got this current session lows on the ES at 66, 67, and then London overnight lows next. And on the Nasdaq, if we continue lower here, prior swing lows just at this 597. If that breaks, 568, 519 possible. Right now, Nvidia still not looking too good. Meta and Microsoft now showing a little bit weakness here as well. Yeah, I'm still waiting a little bit on SE. It is coming in. It is filling this little gap here. But we'll see. It's still a little bit more bearish on this downtrend. So again, the thesis on this one is see if we can get above the 10-day and attempt to break this downtrend. But let's see, not there yet. But I still like this company. Really good fundamentals. Good story. All right, so that was a pretty clean short. Again, the thesis was on the 5-minute. Right, wicked it and it sent us lower here. So this is still pretty aggressive downwards price action. So be careful if you are considering long here. We'll see what plays. It is still very neutral on the backdrop, looking at momentum on the 515, looking at the internals here. So let's see what plays. If you're looking for shorts, we want to see like a lower high now or consolidation here, a bit of a base, and then we'll see if we get continued downside. But let's see. You can wait to see how this 5-minute candle closes now in about 2 minutes. Very wicky price action today, guys. Be careful. Again, with this data point, we don't have really much out under for today. Just Fed Bowman coming up later, so let's see. It could be a quiet Friday here to close off the week, unless anything crazy comes out. All right, let's keep an eye on gold here. Gold might be pushing. Let's see now. I did invalidate the head and shoulders pattern here with this push, so it no longer validates this reversal. We'll see if it wants to now give us a breakout above 38.06, back up towards all-time highs. Crude oil also still ripping. Again, said this could act like a magnet. Kind of is. So let's see now 66. If that breaks, you got a complete daily gap fill up towards 66.50. If they reject here, if you're not already in on this long, what I'd wait for now is perhaps some sort of rejection like this and then a pullback, make it go higher. If we get a direct pull, we could just kind of consolidate in this range. Really nice longs there if you guys caught it on the commodities. And also doesn't really bode well. Commodities pushing up, equities pushing lower. Maybe the sell gets a bit more aggressive. Let's see. It's probably coming off of Trump comments. Trump posting now, if government has to shut down, it will shut down. And again, according to the poly markets, there was like a 60-something% chance that they shut down in October, I believe. Let me see if I can double check. And then let me just double check. Poly market. It's 77% chance that there's a government shutdown. What's up? What's up? The market's not up right now. The market is going down. On, I think, Trump's comments now hinting or increasing the possibility that the government could shut down here. Again, when the government has to kind of agree on their funding bills, if they can't come to a resolution, then they undergo a period of shutdown, which slows down like government payouts, it slows down like government benefits and stuff like that, which kind of halts the economy a little bit. So I think off of that, we're seeing a little bit more downside come in. Just be careful right now, guys. This price action is a bit. So we'll see what plays again. Ultimately, if you look at the hourly, anything inside this range, I mentioned this morning, if you continue to ping pong here, it could get very, tricky price action. Take things low to level, quick in and outs could be the way to go. Right now, ATR is still a bit elevated, but just not seeing the cleanest of confluences. These tech names kind of just a mixed bag across the board. Internals here also getting a little bit more weaker, so a little bit bearish pressure building, but it quickly reverses on any sort of sweep. So just be careful here. Right now, it's leaning a little bit more to the short side, but just not seeing overwhelming strength here or strong confluence. So just be careful trading this. Right now, you can watch NVIDIA here, still trying to hold that 21-day at 176. Let's see if it can. If it can, and it can reclaim 177, we're more confident on longs. If we break the 21-day, we could perhaps see that further downside. Also, Microsoft now testing its 21-day here at 508, 509. And you also got Google testing its 10-day here at 247. Still looking a little bit weaker, so let's be careful. Even look at the indexes right now. Again, it's your Dow and your Volatility giving up. ES kind of relatively flat, only up 0.2%, and your Nasdaq sitting slightly in the red, pretty much also flat, only down about 0.1%. So not seeing the best confluences in this market, leading to a lot of wiki, choppy type of structure. All right, let's see. They're still selling it here. Let's see what Nasdaq does now. We'll see if it continues a little more bearish mounting here. You got 519 and 454 as your next key. Demand zone marking yesterday's lows here. So we'll see if that offers as a key level here. If they do kind of, again, with this action, as it is a bit trappy, if they kind of push aggressively and then sweep on the 5 or the 15, watch for pushback out. Bulls now need to claim 618, 649 for upside. Now ES here also attempting a break now of session lows. If it does, overnight lows, and then yesterday's lows will be the next key levels to watch for. If they also sweep here, Bulls will need to recover that 10-day. But ooh, okay, looks are pretty bearish now. I'll go ahead and call the short here. Let's see. Just Nvidia losing the 21-day here. Microsoft also losing its 21-day. Meta also broke down the uptrend on the daily. Now giving us a gap fill. We'll see what it does here at 740. So just be careful. The big tech names right now just not looking too good. There's a bit of rotation, seems like, out of your big tech and into the laggards. And if you guys did take the short with the algo, it's working out kind of a quick move. Nvidia, Microsoft, and Meta, Google here pushing lower. So just be careful now. Again, if we push in and lose, wow, if we lose yesterday's lows here and overnight lows, again, switching to risk off, could look to manage some of these positions. Marvell still holding up relatively well. Amazon still decent here, but just be careful with some of these plays. Let's see what happens now here at support. What a quick move. If you guys did take it with the algo, this would be a nice area to lock in some gains or trailer stops if you guys caught it. Really good break of support. Working. Man, what an aggressive sell here. So this was a bit difficult. It was a bit quick moving. I just didn't drop big tech name leading to this move here. So let's see if it was kind of move right into support now on this 30 minutes. On this next 30-minute count. If we do get follow through, looking for a break below 53, 57. And on the NASDAQ, if we continue here, you got 434 next. But if they kind of sweep it here, Looking for a recovery now of those London low here on the Nasdaq and then the 10-day, and London high here on the ES. But man, what crazy moves today? What the heck? A lot of wicks, and just like that, a quick bounce as well. And we're still dealing with a very high ATR here, so just make sure you guys size accordingly. I mean, look at this 5-minute candle. Like what? Like what is this? What is this? All right, let's see here. Keep an eye on Google. Still trying to defend this 10-day. Nvidia, Meta, primarily causing this downturn. Defend 175. Needs to recover the 21-day. If not, it could go for that lower gap, 173. Microsoft still kind of pushing lower here. Let's see if it retags 506, 505. And Meta here, keep an eye on this gap fill level now, 740. We'll see if they stick stated for a gap fill reversal. If not, it could see a move down towards 720 below. So some key supports here. Let's see if they hold. Amazon still holding up relatively well, trying to defend session lows here. Let's see if it can at 218. Tesla just kind of slowly drifting lower. Apple still kind of holding well as well. So let's see. Kind of your prior leaders here, giving it back a little bit. Gold is still strong. Crude oil is still strong here, pushing higher. Okay, lean right now is bearish to neutral. Let's see, we are kind of coming into this longer term range support here. So we'll see if buyers can defend these lows from yesterday and try to push us back into this daily chop range. If we do break below these supports, then I'll be shifting onto a much heavier risk off stance. Might have to de-risk some of these positions like Marvell and Amazon. At the moment, bulls are trying to hold here. We got a pretty nasty wick on the 5-minute as well. I think his volatility is not too elevated here either. A little bit of pop, but nothing that's screaming downside yet. Right now, according to a DeepView scanner here, oil, gas, silver miners, your gold miners are kind of what's been leading the charge. So more of your defensive in structure, your materials, your real estate also up. And then major losers have been your Bitcoin miners, your growth stocks, your robotics, and your semiconductors. So more of your high speculative risk on in nature. So that from a longer perspective, given how far we pull back today, right now not too bad, but if we do start to lose some of these yesterday's lows, it could signal potentially or hopefully a bigger pullback in this market. A key level to defend on the daily here on the ES will be that 21-day EMA, which is in that yesterday's lows demand zone here. And on the NASDAQ, it will be this demand zone as well. And then you got also that 21-day at 383. Let's see, bulls right now trying to put in a bounce here. But let's see, things are still leaning a little bit more biased to the downside. So just a very crazy market. A lot of volatile chip chop. Nvidia defending support. If not, watch out for a potential lower high. You also got Google trying to hold a 10-day here and Meta trying to hold 740. Let's see. We're still dealing with a pretty high ATR here, so just be careful with your position sizing. Let's see now if bulls can reclaim the 10-day EMA, pushing us right back into this daily chop range. Pretty strong reversal on the 5-minute. Let's see if it gets followed through. Hitting the resistance now. What a crazy market. Internals on the S&P are still kind of slightly bullish here, but they have weakened up. ADD never really got into a bullish trend, kind of still holding positive though. And volume difference tick indicator is kind of weak. Tick's kind of holding near zero. Volume difference flat but positive. So it has been kind of just up-down action in your tech that's kind of creating this movement here. Yields are dropping, which is a good sign for bulls. So TNX is dropping a bit lower. VIX is still kind of stagnant. Not too bearish, not too bullish. So just a wide range chop here. Let's see if this ping pong continues. Now that's ESNQ hitting the 10-day EMA. Wow. So it's still really crazy action. Pretty much we opened up on. Let's see, like this is some pretty crazy volatility we're getting. Just maybe if you're getting this, some very tricky price actions. They'd be pretty quick on your reaction. I mean, looking at momentum, it is still pretty divergent, but we're getting a really heavy range in between this chop, right? We're still really holding between those supply zones, demand zones I mentioned this morning as well. But what crazy volatility here coming in. So let's see what happens now here. Keeping a close eye on 10-day EMA and VWAP. This kind of has been a direct push up. So watching this kind of follow up 50-minute candle now in a minute 40. If it does hold, then we get good follow through. Let's see if we make a bright push back up towards session highs. If it rejects here, see if we get a lower high and then a possible move back towards session lows. So let's see. It is pretty mixed, so pretty difficult to read. You also got UVXY hitting VWAP here. We'll see if that offers support for a possible downside. If it rips through, we could see move higher. NVIDIA and Microsoft, Meta kind of had aggressive pushes down to support levels, now attempting a bounce here. We'll see if it holds. Man, this is tough. Just because, like, for me, this price action just really wide. I'm not getting the strongest comp. We're getting a lot of big moves key level. Hard to say if the move is gonna be bullish or bearish until it happens, because there's a lot of quick moves happening. Not really giving much time to for a trade to set up. Looking at the 5-minute, 50-minute time frames, it's heavy divergent. We're pretty much still squeezed on the 50-minute, 5-minute. On the 2-minute, now slightly bullish. But with ATR and UVXY here, volatility kind of has been stagnant. Not really any sort of clear uptrend or downtrend. VIX also has been kind of stagnant, so I can't really say confidence long or short. So because we're getting such a high ATR and in a wide chop range, just getting a lot of quick up down type of actions. Kind of seeing that kind of that rotation, as well as, you know, tech names are pulling back, but the everything else market is still holding strong. So there's just, at least from what I'm seeing, no confluence, and it's making it very difficult for me to take these trades here with confidence. But I hope you guys are doing much better. A lot of crazy action. This nice sweep, this was pretty much the only really valid trade here. A lot of this volatile chop range is very confusing here. The algo did call it short on this one, but it was pretty quick. So if you guys caught that, nicely done as well. We'll see if things settle down. We are approaching now the 11 AM candle in about 13 minutes. We'll see if we can get any some congruent price action. But this was another just a quick move up towards the 10-day. And now another rejection here to the downside. Again, this one candle on the ES, about 10 points. And on the NASDAQ here, about 30, 40 points. And just a quick move. So it's very difficult with this price action. All right, let's see here, guys. I'll wait till the is kind of flipping from. Let's see what plays here right now. Nvidia rejected VWAP and the 21-day, trying to print a lower high. We'll see if it then cracks 175 before it pushed down towards 174. Microsoft also tested its 21-day, putting in a lower high now. Let's see if it pushes down towards that 506, 505. Google, quick up down action, now back towards session lows. Meta here, quick up down action, now also back to session lows. Amazon, Tesla, and Apple kind of have been just neutral so far in the session. Not too much going on there, but man, Nvidia, Microsoft, and Meta can't get their stuff together here. A lot of volatility coming in still. And it's hard to have a general lean here as well. Not really seeing much. If anything, is neutral with heavy chop right now. So we'll see if this carries forward. If we do get continued downside here, look at ES now approaching the London lows once again. If it does break below these levels, we'll see if we got to move towards 66.37. If they stick save it, notion for a potential double bottom, and then see if we got to crack back above 66.76, or if they hold us in this range. And then NASDAQ now kind of strong rejection off of VWAP. We'll see what happens around these overnight lows if they sweep here. Let's see if we get potentially a higher low for a move back up towards VWAP. If they hold, see if we break session lows now at that 519 demand zone. But yeah, there's no confluences here, so not much to go off, and just we're trading in a very wide range, so it's difficult. This type of action is what blows a lot of people's accounts. Sometimes, like I heard a lot of traders call this kind of search and destroy, where it's like giving you potential breaks and then they wick it, and then they send it the opposite direction. All right, so we'll see you guys again. Just watching now on the hourly, and a lot of range in these hourly candles, and it's kind of wicking here now. It's kind of forming this doji. So if it closes green, then I'll be more confident to see if we get a sweep and then a push back above the 10-day sends us back in range. If we close red and hold below, then I'll be more confident on shorts looking for a break of support for further downside. And the same thing with the NASDAQ here on the 30-minute. As it kind of sweeping these overnight lows. If it closes green, I'll be more confident to see if we get above the 10 for a push back up. If it closes red, then we could perhaps see a dip into this demand zone from yesterday's lows. So watching this 30-minute time frame now, we'll see what happens in about 4 minutes. And again, tough to say which way. The backdrop here is still just giving me no confluence. So keep a close eye on the tech names. Again, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta in particular have been pretty volatile. So we'll see what they want to do right now, trying to hold at support. Internals here haven't really done much. ADD is still pulling back a little bit, which is a little bit bearish, but tick indicator volume difference still relatively flat. So off of this morning's move off the everything else market, it's kind of just holding sideways, and it is primarily being dominated by your heavy tech names right now. Gold is still holding up pretty decently. Crude oil now pushing up into that gap level. Really nice move here on crude oil, if you guys caught that. That was pretty much a given. The daily gap level was acting as a magnet and offered a really nice push up here. Let's see if it continues now up towards 66, 50, 55. I would not chase here though. It is extended. So Shant, ARE. Let's see. Ooh, still looking pretty weak. So let's see. It is coming into a prior pivot area at this 83.42, 81.40, 81.92. We'll see if that holds for a potential bounce, but it's I don't know. This chart is not looking that good, man. It is still on a downtrend here. It's still seeing some pretty aggressive selling coming in on these distribution days. A little heavy distribution day here from this previous swing, but it is coming into support. So I guess you can possibly watch this 83, 42, 81, 92 if it holds. Perhaps we get a bounce back to the upside. If not below there, I would watch out. It could continue to test the 50-day as well. So I'm not sure. Again, can't tell you to hold or sell, right? We're not financial advisors. Again, this is why it's very important, guys. When you get a trade, have your kind of your strategy. Make sure you guys know what's your buy zone, what's your take profit, what's your stop loss going to be, so then you can react accordingly. Like I would put that. That could be a good stop loss, right? And if that holds, we'll see if you get a turn on situation, right? But I don't know. Can't we tell you with too much confidence? This alone is a trade that I would not possibly take. So can't really say, right? But guys, you guys need to have that, man. Every time you enter into a trade, don't just go off of like what we're saying. Make the trade your own. Have in your mind before you enter what you're gonna do if it goes against you. So yeah, so if you're thinking now, 81.92 would be a good stop, and then we'll see if it wants to make a higher low. If not, it could perhaps see more downside. But just know as a whole, this isn't really, at least from what I see, a good setup, right? We'll see. It is in the real estate sector, right? So again, the notion was that could cause positive tailwinds from possible interest rate cuts, but even like the financials, like the fundamentals, don't look too strong here. It has an okay balance sheet. It has okay solvency, so it's not too bad. So see if it defends here, 83.42, 81.92. If not, let's be careful though. Again, guys, we can't tell you if you should hold, sell, or buy. We are not financial advisors, right? The goal of this group is so we can share ideas, we can gain market insights from each other. We do our weekly lessons where we teach you guys about all the different tools that traders use. And then with these strategies that we implement or these stocks that we share, we kind of show you guys how to start thinking about stocks and stuff like that, right? But again, in order to have confidence in this game, you need to, make sure you guys are aware of what your kind of max risk, what your max loss is prior to entering the trade. I got this market. It's super barcoding now on the 5-minute. Let's see what happens here. Nasdaq just around the London low. ES here just above its London low. Again, still very choppy backdrop here. So let's see which way markets want to go. Right now, Nvidia, Microsoft, and Meta also just barcoding here above key support levels. So if they can hold, let's see a buyer step in. Again, ES, if it pushes up towards 66, 76, 10-day EMA, notion for a possible double bottom reversal here. And on the NASDAQ, if it can hold, see it gets above its 10-day. See also if we get a possible reversal here. But let's see, it is getting a bit choppy, a little bit barcodey on the 5-minute time frame. Internals are still pretty flat. UVXY is still pretty low. ATR is contracting a little bit, but it's still pretty elevated. Still getting some pretty decent range in this chop. All right, let's see here, guys. Again, this market is just super choppy, still in the daily range. If anything, slightly bearish here, just given how this 30-minute kind. But let's see. On the short term, things are getting much more choppier with UVXY contracting, pushing sideways. 2-minute TTM kind of squeezing, and internals getting very choppy. Plus, the major tech names that were moving are now kind of also just barcoding here above support. So let's see. So very slightly bearish lean, but again, we are in the daily range, so continue to take things level to level here. All right, just 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, man. We got all this volatility in the morning now. Kind of just been chopping barcoding here. Yeah, lean right now is still slightly bit more bearish. Where sentiment will change is if price is able to recover and reclaim the 10-day EMA. I'm looking for upside. Other than that, we could see possible short every pop here. Unless we start to see buying volume come in here with strength. Let's see. We're still barcoding on the 5-minute time frames. UVXY is still choppy. Momentum still pretty choppy. Man, it has been a tough morning session. Again, if you look at the longer time frames, it has been very wicky, a lot of choppy movements, very mixed sentiment coming off of this PCE. Alright guys, I'm just waiting now to see if price can hit one of these key levels. Right now, just kind of in no man's land. Kind of this range we've been getting. I mentioned the internal is getting a bit mixed. So we'll see what develops in this range. We'll see if ES, if it makes it a push up towards a 10-day. And VWAP, we'll see if things are looking strong. Do we get a possible reversal back up into range, or do we just continue to reject and continue to hold here? Or if we get a push down to support at the London low and overnight lows, do we see a bounce, or do we see a bigger break to the downside? Right now, still neutral, so hard to say, as we are kind of just holding in this chop. So don't overtrade this. Now we've seen the cleanest of signals, a bit of a higher low coming in. So we'll see if that pushes up into resistance, and then we'll see what price does there. And Nasdaq as well, kind of just in this range here as well. You got VWAP resistance and the 10-day EMA around 618, 627. Support around overnight lows and session lows at 519. We'll see what happens there as well. So again, just a bit neutral here. We're kind of squeezed on the 2-minute. We're squeezed on the 5-minute. 15-minute is slightly bearish. UVXY is not doing much. VIX is also not doing much. Looking at the internals here, is leaning still slightly positive but choppy. So just not much confluence here. Everything else market still looking pretty decent, with Dow still up above 0.4%, Russell still up 0.3%. Some of your everything else market, real estate's up, utilities are up, energies are up. On the opposite end, you got staples down, technology down, semis down. So kind of a mixed bag across the sectors here as well. So be careful not to overtrade this chop. And again, it is a Friday, so just again, if you're already good profits on the week, just don't give it back in this type of choppy action. We'll see if we get some better catalysts coming in. All right, so we'll see here now. As I'm speaking, we're kind of hitting resistance. So let's see what happens at these key levels here. Still not seeing much strength, so we could possibly reject, but let's see. Right now at the moment, Tesla looking pretty strong, trying to push up. Amazon looking decent. Apple looking decent. Nvidia, Microsoft, Meta, and Google all looking weak, but trying to hold there as support. So far into the swing stage, still holding Amazon here, still add position if it does dip down SMA, and and also still holding Marvell here as well. Still just kind of on the lower end of the buy zone, but still holding up relatively well in this market as well. So see how that plays. But again, also it's just a very small position in Marvell here as well. But let's see a little bit of short-term momentum now coming into the upside as we test resistance. Still not seeing the best confluence here. So just, let's see, a bit risky. All right, we'll see. We printed an inside candle on a 30-minute. Didn't give us much follow through on. Kind of just maintain this range here. Careful as we're hitting this resistance. So we'll see what plays. It could reject here, pushing us back into this kind of late morning chop range. If it does break through, we'll see if we get a retest of London high here on the Nasdaq and overnight highs here on the ES. I would say slightly more bullish momentum coming in on the 2-minute and the 5-minute. As we approach this resistance, UVXY also cooling off a little bit, but not seeing much strength here on the internal. So just be careful. As again, we are also in lunch. So it is really 50-50 here at the moment. It could either push higher if momentum continues to hold strong and conviction picks up. But because conviction is weak, it could also reject here heavy. So I'm making this today's trading a little bit tough, as not seeing the best confluence. At least from what I'm watching. Hopefully you guys are making some greens though. For me, it has been a pretty difficult Friday here. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a break. This price action is messing with my head, so I'm just gonna take a little eyes up here for a bit. I'll be back. Right now we are hitting this resistance, so it could drop It is still pretty 50-50. Momentum is building to the upside, but there's just not much conviction in this market. So just be careful if you are trading this. Again, if you already have good profits on the week, this kind of action, at least from my perspective, not seeing the best confluence. So it is very choppy in a wide range. So it does lead to a lot of blown accounts. So just make sure you guys trade safe here. I'm just going to take a break here, grab bite to eat, get my eyes off the screen for a bit, and then I'll be back at 1 p.m. and we'll take a look at the charts for the afternoon. All right, what's up, guys? Back here for the afternoon session now. So, choppy market we're in. It looks like during the afternoon here, since about 12, strong up. But if you look at the hourly, just a lot of up down action. So, start by looking at the ES here on the hourly time frame in today's session. So, ultimately, the notion this morning was as long as we're kind of in between these ranges, a lot of up down action could be playing. And we kind of got aggressive sell off the morning, off the wick, kind of pushing us lower. And it looks like here in the afternoon, we're getting a strong push back up. So we'll see what plays. We're pretty much where we kind of opened up this morning. If we do start to see some aggressive follow through here to the upside, we'll see on the next hourly candle now. If we do start to see bullish momentum come in, let's see if we can crack above the 66.97 level. We can turn a bit more risk on here going into the close of session. This move during lunch primarily being fueled by Tesla and Nvidia here bouncing off of support. So we'll see if that can continue to hold things afloat. If not, and again, looking at the backdrop here, it is still a bit mixed on the longer time frame. So we could perhaps see rejection and back into range. So we'll see what plays early on. Now retesting this 66.87, 66.97 supply zone, which is felt fairly well tested here from this morning's dip action. Same thing with the NASDAQ, right? If you look at the NQ, right? Also, a lot of up down action, a lot of wicks here. Kind of got the aggressive push up in the morning, wicked the supply zone, pushed lower, wicked overnight lows. And now we're seeing a push up here in the afternoon, ultimately keeping us in this range. So we'll see what happens now on this follow-up hourly candle. If it holds, do we get followed through? Want to see a break above 727, 748 for, more confirmation longs. We'll be more confident for upside. If we hold below, we could continue the successive chop range here, see if we pull back towards a 10-day EMA and overnight lows on the downside. But you can see that both these zones kind of worked out pretty nicely. Gave us a strong rejection in the morning, bounced off of it at here during lunch. So we'll see what plays now going into the afternoon. Just note that it is still a very choppy session and there's not much here on the economic calendar. So we could continue to hold in this range and see a lot of up down action, take things level to level if we do. Russell ultimately also very up down in between the 10-day, 21-day. Dow Jones here also kind of a lot of up down action, still holding above its 10-day. The Dow and the Russell looking a little bit better than the ES and the NASDAQ here. We'll see what plays in towards this afternoon. Again, it has been a very tricky market. Again, I had to kind of settle down on the morning, kind of got this nice wick here. So we did catch a nice reversal, but then after this action here, just kind of made my head hurt. So hopefully you guys caught this long. It was a pretty nice setup here. The algo also called it out on this breakout above 679 and this move here above 636. Led to a nice long there. So we'll see what plays now in this range. It is very choppy. There's not much momentum. Conviction is low. ATR has kind of trickled off as well. So we'll see if we can catch any moves here into the afternoon. But again, the notion is if you guys already caught some good trades this week and already sitting nicely green in your accounts, this isn't really a market where you want to take risk in, as again, not seeing much confluence here in price action. So we'll see what plays into the afternoon as we are now coming into some resistance. We'll see if buyers can hold. Yes, if it can hold now, this 66.87, 66.75. We'll see if we crack 97 and 6,700. You got session highs at 67.04. We'll see if that gets tested. And then on the NASDAQ, if we hold 673, we'll see if it makes its way up towards 727. Overnight highs at 748. If we lose these supports, we push back into range, look for a test of the 10-day EMA below. But some very choppy action. I'm still holding a position here on Amazon. We'll see what plays. Again, Amazon has held up particularly well in this market. It's mainly your Nvidia, your Meta that's kind of been seeing some choppy action. But Amazon here is still kind of sideways. So we'll see what plays. I'll look to add if we can get back above 222, 225. Until then, we'll see, as it could just be a kind of hold in this range. And then if it dips towards the 200-day, could be a potential add there as well. We'll see what plays. But again, the main notion is going to go Google here, kind of pulled back to support. We'll see if we get a bounce. You got Microsoft pulled straight down to that 506, now bouncing. We'll see if that holds, coming back into the 10-day, 21-day. You had Nvidia straight down into support, bounced, now trying to get back above and hold the 10-day, 21-day as well. And then also Meta here, pulling back down, giving us a gap fill. So keep around 740. We'll see if that holds or if we continue downside. But Man, this tricky market for sure. Has been a lot of volatility, a lot of range. So I hope you guys are, sitting green in your accounts, but this price action has been particularly very difficult to read here. So let's see, we got about 3 hours left to go on the week. We'll see how markets want to close off. I'm also still holding Marvell here as well. Marvell hasn't really done much on the day, still kind of just holding within this buy zone. So see if that continues to consolidate. Still seeing a lot of good bullish sentiment here. So as long as it holds 82.80, let's see if it wants to crack 85 for upside. All right. Gold has done particularly well today. So congratulations on the gold holders, breaking above the supply zone, now invalidating the head and shoulders pattern here. So we'll see if this continues to hold, and maybe all-time highs next at 38.24. And then crude oil also got a really strong move up today, coming into that daily gap fill, now pulling back a little bit. We'll see as long as 65.34, 65.55 holds. We'll see if we get a higher low. If we break below 65.34, there is notion for a failed breakout reversal now that we got that daily gap fill. So let's see what plays in today's session. It's not that gold and crude oil does slow down into the afternoon. It seems like most people called it a day here already. Can't blame them. I would as well. It is we're inside day right now, holding in between these ranges, not seeing much action going on, and it is a Friday, so don't spoil any profits. I don't think I'm gonna take any trades here into the afternoon unless I see a really good A+ setup, as we are again inside this longer term range. I think on the daily we're kind of printing an inside day. And then next week will be important. Again, we got first week of October, so we're gonna get a bunch of jobs data. So if we do print an inside day here, it'll be interesting to see how we start off next week. Do we get a higher low, or sorry, equal low here, and then start to push back up towards all-time highs, or was this a lower high, and do we kind of reverse back down towards the 21 day? So pretty volatile day, but ultimately printing kind of no direction on the long term. Even Nasdaq here printing kind of a doji inside day at a previous swing high. So just a lot of up down action. Let's see what happens. They're now testing daily resistance. Oh, good for adding the Bitcoin miners here. We'll see. They've been having a pretty strong down. Mara, Riot. Using the 10-day here. I haven't heard about Mara and Riot in a minute. Mara looking really weak. Riot looks okay. Riot's actually not too bad here. Got a lot of good accumulation on this run up. It has contracting, so I like Riot. Mara, I don't know about. And Iron is looking. Iron's on a bit of explosive run, so it is back testing 10-day. It could put a higher low here, but it is kind of just a big extended for my liking. A lot of the volatility as well.
Today's lows will be my stop loss on all these three.
Oh, okay, that's not bad then.
Yeah. I did most of in Riot and Bitcoin.
Oh, nice.
Did you
Okay.
check VET.to?
VET.
Yeah.
Vermilion Energy. It looks pretty good. An early turnaround situation, nice break above the 200-day, 10-day, 21 days screaming to the upside. So if it can hold here, a lot of overhead supply around 1270, 1340, but it looks pretty good on a breakout right now.
How's the financials on this one?
Fundamentals are really good too. Good acceleration, strong year-over-year growth. Assets look good. Solvency looks good. Yeah, this looks really good. Fundamentals look pretty good. Chart looks like a turnaround situation as well. Nice.
Nice.
If it can hold here, maybe higher, lower, consolidate, see if it takes, or it could directly try to go for that overhead supply as well.
Does this one pay its dividend too?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Nice.
pretty good. And it's on the TSX. Still a bit on a heavy downtrend, but it is breaking right now, giving some higher highs, higher lows. Okay. We'll see, guys. Technically, we're still in lunch, so we'll see if things can pick up after 2 p.m. But right now, just getting a very weak bullish indication in this market, so it's kind of a slow grind here. We'll see if this continues. Again, if ES can hold 66.90, 87, let's see if we slowly drift up towards session highs around 97 and 67.04. If we lose 66.87, we'll see if we get test back at towards the 10-day. And then NASDAQ watching down, as long as we hold this London high, we'll see as well if we continue to slowly drift to the upside. You got resistance at 727, 748. If it rejects below the London high, you got its 10-day at 618. But again, looking a little bit weak, bullish here now. Nice bounce recovery from support on NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Google. VIX has pulled back pretty hard here as well, so it also gives a bit. VIX now hitting below that 1580, so motion our confidence will still be a bit more on the upside here as well. So let's see if we get new highs on the day. It is a bit slow right now, so just be careful. Volume is pretty low, volatility is pretty low. Alright, guys. So just gonna be careful with this market now. I would not recommend trading if I wasn't on voice with you guys. What plays? I mean, we're getting better in a 5 minute. So we'll see if markets want to pull back here, but there's just no momentum. ATR super low, volatility super low. And all these tech names just kind of ping ponging here. So just not much going on. So already have nice profits. I mean, we'll lock it in. It is printing currently inside day here. So we'll be for an interesting start next week. So if you already have good profits, save the mental energy and then come back next week refreshed for some better, hopefully some better price action. But if you are trading this, let's see what happens now at these overnight highs. I guess not much to say about markets right now. ATR super low, still on a grind up mode. We'll see. We got 30 minutes out. Super slow action.
Devinder Paji?
He's still at the wedding. I don't think he'll be back in.
Oh, yeah. Your dad once asked me, like, if you ever buy Mara again, just let me know. Just want to let. I think I got a right entry in miners and Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, yeah, out of those names, Mara kind of looks decent. We'll see. It's kind of tough.
I like MST at current price. It's oversold right now.
Ooh. I mean, you do have it coming into that bullish area, but I don't know.
Yeah, if Bitcoin's reverse back up, it's a good play for 380 at least.
Hmm.
There was a guy who was holding Bitfarms from $2 last year.
Oh yeah.
It went all the way to 0.5. He bought 400,000.
Oh my god.
But if he still holds that, he will be in profit of like 20,000.
That's it.
But it's like sweating a lot.
I know, like all that stress for so long.
He probably hospitalized. I think if I'm not wrong, there will be a rally for miners, and then Bitcoin, and then this MST from here. Let's see. Uh, I don't know why they're giving such a higher price target for these miners. If
Yeah, so well, like if like policy, if it gets positive tailwinds, Bitcoin is also retracing a little bit as well. So if that starts to pick back up,
like I heard Trump saying he wants to pay all his debt through crypto. The debt is $35 trillion, and Bitcoin is like 1 trillion currently market cap.
or is it? I don't know.
2.3 trillion. So you're gonna pump this one, and the US is the majorly holder of the Bitcoin and also a producer of a Bitcoin, miner of a Bitcoin. And a lot of companies are backing these miners, like Cypher got a $1 billion contract, TerraWolf got a $3 billion contract, CoreWave.
That's true. And these Bitcoin miners move in tandem with the data centers as
Yeah.
All right, let's see here, guys. We got about 15 minutes till top of the hour here. We'll see some consecutive red candles here in the 5. We'll see if we get better action after 2 p.m. But again, in this type of market, it's better to lock up your gains and then come back refreshed next week. Unless we get any sort of big end of day kind of, shenanigans, I'm not expecting markets to do much here. Okay, let's see. The upwards kind of slow momentum is kind of slowing down here. So let's see if they want to reverse this back into range or if they're just pulling back to print a higher low on the 5-minute or 50-minute. Let's see. Keep an eye on overnight 66.90, 66.87. And NASDAQ, keep an eye on 673. All right, let's see. This is a key test here now. Keep it on ES at this 6690, 87. For the pullback, let's see. And then NASDAQ, let's close to London high. We'll see if they hold it here or if they pull back now. Let's see. It is getting a bit bearish here looking at the 2-minute TTM, but the ATR is super low right now. All right, so let's see. We're at the 2 p.m. candle. We'll see if a volume in ATR looks like kind of sticks a support, kind of as a wick it at that 66.87 and 63. So on this next 5 minute, if they hold it, print a higher low, do we push up towards session highs or do we see weakness again? It's tough to say, guys. Right now, if you're taking the quick scalps in and out, other than that, it's just there's no momentum. There's no volatility in this market to say what strength. So the 6 day dip, price action is saying bullish. Let's see if they want to go back up to these recent highs. All right, guys, quick update here. Still nothing happening in the market. Since about 1 p.m., we just been kind of grinding side. Still low momentum, low. How much day trade opportunities? We'll see what happens in this range. Yes, 66.87 and 97 inside this supply zone. We'll see which way it wants to break. Nasdaq here in between 665 and 717. We'll see which way it goes. Right now, a little bit of bullish pressure coming in, so we'll see if it wants to crack for new highs. But again, there's nothing happening here. Seems the market kind of just resting. A little bit upside now on Tesla as making new highs on the session, but everything else is super weak. So if you already have good profits, we're gonna consider locking in. Maybe we get some end of day shenanigans after like 3:30. See if we get like some market on close or some algo spikes. But other than that, there's just nothing. So don't force any trades. If you already have good profits on the week, don't spoil the mood here prior to the weekend. All right, we got an hour and a half left to go in this little market right now, grinding zone we were in here, but again, there's very conviction, so super slow move. So be careful. We'll see if we get continue upside. If it holds, we'll see if ES can jump here 66.97, 6,700, and then 67.04. And then NASDAQ, we'll see if we get above 727 to tag 748. But super slow move. A little bit of grind up here on Tesla, Nvidia, and Microsoft leading to this, but everything else just showing nothing. Conviction is weak. Internals are all choppy. Momentum is all non-existent on the 5 and the 15. ATR is low. Volatility is low. So just a slow grind up here. We'll see if it holds. So we just, again, Tesla making new highs, Nvidia and Microsoft holding up. That's about it. Man, guys, I don't know if it's just me or you guys as well. On today's actually a lot of crazy movements, even big tech breaking below key level, consolidating around like Nvidia just kind of holding, chopping around the 10-day, 21-day EMA. Microsoft now making a late day push here, trying to get above the 10-day, 21-day. Google around this 10-day. Meta around this gap level. So just not, I don't know, not the cleanest price action as we're kind of also still in this longer term range, right, between this supply zone and demand zone marked in the morning. So very choppy action. Now this is a very slow grind up here. We'll see if it continues. Momentum is leaning a bit more bullish, so having a slightly more lean for the upside, but very low ATR, very low volatility, so not getting much range in these kinds of very long, painstaking holds if you guys are playing this. So we'll see if things pick up as we approach the close. We got about an hour and 20 minutes left to go. But honestly, if you guys already have good profits, this kind of action is very draining here. So might as well save that mental capacity, come refreshed next week, and then we'll get some better moves with all the jobs that are coming out. I mean, like, look at this action. Like, super, like, not the best to be day trading. Even like most have kind of heavy swing. Not seeing much movement across the board. Honestly, this will be a time where I'll like lock up, close the screens, call it a day, enjoy the weekend early.
Hey, Harvey.
Hey, what's up?
Can you check take two? I think it's working out with the volume.
It did have a big price jump, but not with much volume. But it did have a pretty big jump here, making new highs. Take two. Was there any news? I don't see any news. But again, yeah, this is a pretty big price jump, so it is making higher highs, a higher low confirmed, but just be careful, not much volume backing it yet. We'll see where it closes off on the day. Could be a fake out, so just be careful.
EA jumped. Wow. Are we?
Yeah, eBay?
EA. EA Electronic Arts.
Oh, okay. So all the gaming companies?
Yeah. 15 billion deal.
Ooh. This looks a lot better,
Oh
actually.
man. Mm, mm.
What's with EA? Did they have some news?
Yeah, they got a 50 billion deal to go private.
Oh. That's pretty crazy. Their games aren't even that good.
I mentioned it in the morning. I was looking for a breakout.
Nice.
Oh man.
All right, guys, we are in power hour, so let's see if we get any. You can see here that we've kind of just been in a slow grind. Hopefully, you guys closed off. Hope everyone had a good week this week. It was a pretty crazy market. We finally got a bit of a downturn off of Powell's comments on Tuesday. It looks like they haven't completely recovered, but still holding just above the 10-day, 21-day EMA. So going to next week will be pretty interesting. We'll see what the markets want to do. Right now, still kind of maintaining a neutral to slash bullish stance as we are kind of holding on to today's session highs. If we close here, we'll see if we get a bounce early next week into the NFP data will be kind of the major one on Friday. But if we, but we'll see. We're going to be really interesting next week on see if markets can hold up because a lot of these tech names also kind of pulled back a little bit. A bit of a rotation this morning, but kind of cooled off here into the afternoon. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how things set up for next week. And again, September does tend to usually be a more of a bearish month, but it wasn't too bad. If you look at the monthly time frame here. Printing a solid green month here. We'll come to close on Monday, but most likely we'll close green here, and we'll see what October and the end of the year brings. Crazy stuff. Market being held afloat by all these partnerships that are being announced. Let's see. Right now we're just kind of chopping up the resistance. ATR super low, very low ATR. No range in the market. Momentum looking across the 5 and the 15 is still slightly bullish, so we could just continue to grind higher here, but just beware sellers do step in towards the close. We'll see what plays. It seems like these tech names are slowly taking turns drifting higher. First was Tesla, now Tesla holding, now Microsoft getting a little bit of a bounce, but approaching the 50-day. We'll see what it does here at 512. All right, so I don't know if anyone's still here trading with me, but I'm not really kind of grinding. See if we get any end of day. Just a super slow market. I would give a slight lean to the bullish side as Tesla, Nvidia, and Microsoft holding strong here in towards the close still. Underneath session highs, kind of coming up right to the open, but looking pretty strong. Tesla is kind of the only stock that is kind of pushed up in today's session out of the Bank 7 names, but everything else is kind of grinding here. So let's see. I mean, it's tough to say. Markets are slightly bullish looking at the longer time frame in terms of price action, but on the short term, there's just no momentum. ATR is super low, one of the lowest reads here, and low reads on UVXY, so just not much. And I can pretty much sure you can tell by these price action, these candlesticks that we've been getting, just not the best for trading here. So we continue to grind sideways. Even stocks right now, majority are kind of just pushing sideways as well. So it looks like, market is already headed out for the weekend. But we'll see what plays here in the final couple of minutes. We'll see if you get any sort of shenanigans from those market on close algos. Gurka mentioned AVAV. AVAV from the start of the week as well. Already on a strong breakout for the daily. I was already making a pretty strong move, so it is crashing now all-time highs here. So it could definitely look like a name to push higher. It is a drone manufacturer, so it is also getting hype from the aerospace defense sector. So it does look pretty good here. I would just wait though. We'll see what market plays next week. If we do kind of see markets defend early off the 10-day, 21-day, it will be back risk on nature, and we'll see if some of these names want to continue. So keep AV still on the watch list, and then we'll see what plays starting off next week. But let's see here now. The markets, we got about 2 minutes now till the market on close, 350 algo candle. Kind of the last hope to see if we get any sort of volatility in the session. It has been a very slow one. So hope everyone made some nice green this week. We'll see how things close off here. Again, today it was a range bound type of day today. Again, this morning I mentioned the notion. Look at the hourly here. Right, either we see a break above this zone and we could be more risk on to all-time highs, or we see a break below here and we will risk off, and then in between we just maintain neutral ping pong action. So we are kind of closing on the upper range of this daily bar, so it is a bit more bullish than bearish. But we'll see what plays going into next week. And the same thing with the Nasdaq. Right, just kind of staying in this range here in between these two zones, but now closing at the top end of this range. We'll see what plays into next week. So let's see, we got the market on close candle coming up. All right, we'll see. We're in a very tight range, so let's see if we get any for next week. Again, it is jobs week, so hopefully it's a volatile week in markets. We'll be kicking off things on Tuesday, really, with Joe's job openings. We'll get a sense of business hiring. If it's high, then it does indicate the strength in the economy. If it gets lower than expected, then that could signal potential weakness. Then Wednesday, we're going to get ADP non-farm payrolls. On Thursday, we're going to get initial jobless claims. And then Friday is the big one with NFP. So some key numbers there. We'll see how it prints. And guys, I'm not sure yet if I'll have any time to do a class over the weekend. If I do, I will put it in chat probably the day before. We'll see if we do it on Sunday sometime, but right now it's a very busy weekend, so I don't think I'll have time. But I'll let you guys know if I do. All right, looks like the market close kind of didn't even do much here. So I'm gonna call it going the week green. Again, we did put it in down. See what happens next week. Again, next week will be a lot more data driven with these jobs numbers. So we'll see if either the 10-day, 21-day hold, and this is again all the correction we got. I think it's like the fourth or fifth time testing the 10-day, 21-day since the April run up. So if it continues to hold, we'll see if market just wants to push back up towards all-time highs. But if we do get some, weak jobs numbers, we'll see if the market starts to give us a bigger downturn kicking off October. So I hope everyone had a good week. Have a good weekend, everybody, and I will see you guys back for markets here on Monday. Peace.